When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When
And welcome to Girls Freshman Volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky here with you. Mike Picciotti doing the camera work for Freshman Girls Volleyball. It's the Lorain Titans hosting the Tigers from Cleveland Heights. Lorain comes in with a record of 2-2 under fourth-year head coach Devin Bray. And we are going to show you the freshman, JV, and varsity matches tonight. There you take a look at the Titans. They're in their home white jerseys. They've got the blue shorts. Cleveland Heights, they've got black jerseys with black shorts, and they have white in the numerals. Todd Miller, Mark Penna, a couple of our officials here tonight. Mark out there on the floor with the volleyball in his hand. Mark in the stands, Mark Penna. And Todd making sure everybody for Cleveland Heights is in their proper starting position. And we'll get started here momentarily. Again, girls freshman volleyball at Lorain. The Titans starting lineup. It'll be Jaden Gunner, Nevaeh Hagwood, Alea Super, Allie Miller, Carly Peterson, and Yanni Maldonado. Cleveland Heights, Peyton Waller, the libero, just comes in. And getting ready to start this match is Alea Super to serve for the Lorain Titans. You play the best 2 out of 3. Games go to 25. You must win by 2. You see the score in the lower right portion of your television, and there's an ace by Super to begin. So the Titans take a 1-0 lead here. Lorain comes into the match with a record of 2-2. And Super with her second serve. Again, it goes pretty deep. Back to the libero, gets sent back to the Titans side. From the left side of the front row, hitting it over on the third hit for the Titans. And is Adrian Perez. And it goes out of bounds, so Heights gets their first point of the match, evens us at 1 apiece. So Heights to serve for the first time, and there's an ace from their server. And that is Kanasia Green. Kanasia Green with the ace. 2-1 for Heights. They take their first lead early on, game 1. Again, we play the best 2 of 3. Each game goes to 25. You must win by 2. Green with the serve. There's a long line drive. Dug out the back row, and not going to be able to get it over on the third hit. Another good ace, Jaden Gunner from the back row got to it, but wasn't able to get it over. So the serve receive Lorain has to work on. And there they're going to get a break because Green hits it into the net. That gives Lorain the point and the serve back. So the Titans trailing 3-2 here in the early portions of game 1. We're going to get a sub for the Titans. Coming in is Liana Camacho. So Eliana Camacho to serve. There's a high arcing serve to the middle of the front row. Dug out there by the Titans from the middle of the front row, sending it back over for Lorain. Getting the point is Yanni Maldonado. So Maldonado from the middle of that front row ties game 1 at 3. We've got freshman, JV, and varsity here for you, live on WLCS TV 20, as it's a Greater Cleveland Conference matchup with Lorain and Cleveland Heights. Titans with the point, they lead 4-3. So early on in game 1, we're not getting very long rallies, but the servers for each team have been pretty good. Maldonado with a deep serve, and that one not been able to dig it out was Green. Sends it backwards, and that gives the Titans the point, and they lead 5-3. And for Lorain, this is their biggest lead of the early going in game 1, this 2-point advantage at 5-3. Another good deep serve, and there's another point as the libero, Peyton Waller, can't send that forward. It's 6-3 Lorain. 4 consecutive points off the serve of Yanni Maldonado. Yanni again with a high serve, that time too high. and it goes into the curtain that divides here, and that'll be a point for Cleveland Heights, and they'll serve. So Heights down 6-4, they will serve, and that is Charlie Mason to serve for Cleveland Heights. Mason with a line drive that is out of bounds, too deep. Gives the point to Lorain. (7-4) Titans. And it'll be Yanni Maldonado way back deep with that jump serve, and it's just wide and out of bounds. Had the right idea. Got it over the net on a line drive, but unfortunately for Yanni, it was out of bounds. Heights gets the point, 7-5, and they'll serve, and it will be libero Peyton Waller to do that. Cleveland Heights having a substitution. Alyssa Swanson is going to come in for Kennedy Miller. So Alyssa Swanson into the match. And here's Heights serving, 7-5. Nice line drive that just got over the net in front of a diving Allie Miller for the Titans, 7-6 Lorain. Well-placed serve there for Peyton Waller. And that time she can't get it over the net. Lorain takes an 8-6 advantage. We've had two ties early on at 1 and at 3, and now the Titans with a 3-point advantage at 9-6 off the good serve here. And going back to serve, it is Allie Miller. Again, game 1 of a freshman match. Titans trying to get over the 500 mark. They're 2-2 on this young season. Third hit, it goes into the net and not over, as Peyton Waller and Megan Reed couldn't get it over. 10-6 Lorain, biggest lead here in game 1. Lorain coached by Devin Bray in her 4th season as the freshman coach. And that serve isn't going to get there. Point to Cleveland Heights, 10-7 Titans. Cleveland Heights Tigers, part of the Greater Cleveland Conference that Lorain joined this year. The Heights serve is dug out, and on the third hit, sending it over for Lorain is Nevaeh Hagwood. It goes back to Hagwood from the back row. There's a set at the net, and getting into the net for the Titans, unable to get it over, is Carly Patterson. That will give Cleveland Heights the point. That set was not a good one, and it put Patterson into the net. Nothing she could do about it. For Cleveland Heights, Leah French serving. There's the set from Super, and Cleveland Heights will get another point. They trailed 10-9. So the Tigers have scored 3 in a row to draw within 1. And Lila French will try to tie it here. Another good serve in the middle of the front row, and that's a nice job dinking it over. Was Alea Super, instead of setting it that time, she dinked it over, and it gives the Titans the 2-point advantage at 11-9. Sub for Lorain coming in to serve will be Jaden Gunner. Jaden Gunner, number 1, comes in to serve. She started this match, then went to the bench, and there you get a good look at Jaden. Young lady with her first serve. And for Cleveland Heights, unable to get to that on the right side of the front row, Lila French. She jumped for it, but it was over her, and it went out of bounds, so that'll be a point for Lorain. They lead 12-9 here. We're about halfway through game number 1. And again, it's dug out by the Tigers, but it goes into the net. Now they can keep playing it, which they do. Sending it over that time was Green. Set up there by Super, middle of the front row, and it's dug out beautifully by the Tigers. And can they get it over on the third hit? No, they don't. So Lorain with a point, 13-9. That was one of the better rallies of the early going. And doing a good job here serving is the young lady Jaden Gunner. Again, Gunner serves it, and that is going to be just out. Point for Cleveland Heights. Boy, watching that was Kanasia Green, as it was very close to the line, but a good eye by that young lady. Watched it sail out of bounds. That gives the point to Cleveland Heights. It's 13-10 Lorain. Now serving is Megan Reed. Line drive serve is an ace. In front of the diving Nevaeh Hagwood, 13-11. Excellent serve that time. We've had two ties at 1 and at 3. Cleveland Heights' last lead was 3-2. So since the 3-3 tie, Lorain has outscored them 10-7. And now we've got official Todd Miller wants to get, there's something over at the scoring table, a discrepancy evidently. And again, Mark Penna and Todd Miller in charge of this one. Todd's over at the scores table, and we'll see what they are doing here, but he must have seen a discrepancy, whether it's a number, a young lady they didn't have out there, or not sure, or somebody in a position they're not supposed to be in, but they'll figure it out. He's out there with freshman coach Megan Hunter right now. Again, we've got the freshman JV and varsity. You get a look at Todd Miller, longtime multi-sport official. And Todd telling me he's got Friday night, he's got a football game, Lutheran East and East Lake North over on the east side. Todd, a Lorain County guy, but as you know, the officials, they do a lot of games. Some of them do a lot of different sports. They have to travel around to do it. Mark Penna, who is up on the bench right now, he's in the stand, I should say. There you got to look at Mark from the back. Mark telling me this will be his 45th year of high school basketball. Think about that. That's a lot of games and a lot of dedication. And these men and women are kind of the unsung hero of sports. Without them, we can't do what we love to do. So need to take time to thank the officials when we can. Even though times like this, we have a delay because official Todd Miller. So we'll see what the decision will be at some point. But that's why they're here, to make sure that everything goes like it's supposed to. And I believe we're getting pretty close to a verdict here. Lorain out in front, 14-10. So they've changed that point and given it to Lorain. And that'll keep the serve with the Titans. Because whatever the infraction was on the Tigers, it's going to take a point off the board for them and give one to Lorain. So they lead 14-10, and there you get a look at Coach Devin Bray of the Lorain Titans. She is the freshman coach in her 4th season as freshman coach. We're going to have the JVs after that. Serena Rodriguez told me she's in her 8th year as head coach of the JV team for Lorain. So Lorain does get a point for whatever the infraction was. They lead 14-10, and now Nevaeh Hagwood serves it to the back row. Set up there and hit over on the third hit by Green. Set by Super, middle of the front row, hitting it too far. And out of bounds was Yanni Maldonado. That will give a point to Cleveland Heights. They trail 14-11. But it'll be interesting to see. Will that change right there be a big deal in this game? Because it would be 13-12 right now had they not had that, whatever the infraction was. And there's an ace, a little miscommunication on the defense for Lorain. The ace for Cleveland Heights, and they're within 2 at 14-12. The young lady there serving, Megan Reed. You see her, number 2. on her Cleveland Heights uniform. Cleveland Heights in the Greater Cleveland Conference, along with Lorain. Lorain new to that after departing the Lake Erie League. That one is out of bounds, 15-12 Lorain. We're in game one of freshman volleyball. You play 2 out of 3, and the games go to 25. Other members of the Greater Cleveland Conference: Brunswick, Euclid, Medina, Menor, Strongsville, and Shaker Heights, along with Lorain and Cleveland Heights. And serve from the left side, or I should say hitting it over from the left side of the front row, was Adriana Perez. She set up her teammate Yanni Maldonado, and the Titans take a 16-12 lead. Now next year, Medina will leave. They're going to go to the Suburban League, and Painesville Riverside is going to come into the Greater Cleveland Conference. And that'll make it 17-12 Lorain. And I believe we're going to get a timeout for Cleveland Heights, maybe not. Okay, Mark Penna is telling the Cleveland Heights young ladies what he needs. I thought the whistle meant a timeout. It did not. And now serving for Lorain, it will be Alea Super. Another point for the Titans, and they lead 18-12. And now we get a timeout for Cleveland Heights. So the Tigers take the timeout. They're down 18-12. As Lorain mentioned, they have we've only had 2 ties at 1-1 and at 3-3. Lorain took the lead at 4-3, and they have not looked back. But this 18-12 lead, this six-point lead, is their largest of game one as you take a look at the Titans gathering around Coach Bray. Cleveland Heights' only leads, they led 2-1, 3-1, and 3-2. And since they fell behind 4-3, they have never regained the lead, nor have they tied it since then. As there you get a look at the freshman Tigers team as they huddle around their coach, Megan Hunter. And again, when this is over, then we're going to have the JV matchup. We'll follow that by the varsity. So if you're a volleyball fan, you're in the right place. A triple header of volleyball today and tonight on WLCS TV 20. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti here with you on a Tuesday. And serving will be Alea Super. Super from the middle of the court in the back, beyond the back row. Put it up, and that's an ace as it went off. Unable to pass that ahead was Kanasia Green. 19-12 Lorain. Another good line drive serve that's passed ahead by the Tigers, but on the third hit they can't get it over, as putting it into the net was Charlie Mason. 20-12 Lorain as they continue to lengthen their lead, and they're 5 points away from game one as they're on a 6-0 run here. It was 14-12. They've scored 6 in a row to make it 20-12, and there's an ace, 21-12. From the back row, unable to pass that forward was Hayden Osborne. And the Titans are within 4 points of game one, 21-12. Again, Alea Super doing a great job at serving. Second hit, hitting it over, but out of bounds with Charlie Mason, and the Titans lead by 10. In between games, we'll take a short break, and then we'll be back for game two. And on the third hit for the Tigers, hitting it over was their libero, Peyton Weller. Right side of the front row, sending it over for the Titans is Allie Miller. Nice job there by the Tigers to get it over, and putting it into the net that time was Yanni Maldonado. So the Tigers finally get a point, but that was an 8-0 run for Lorain that gives them a commanding 22-13 lead. There's an out of bounds just wide. So Titans get the point and the serve right back at 23-13. Mike Paciotti, you're too young, but I'm old enough to remember when I was first doing volleyball that you could only score when you served. So Oh, those were long. Yes, you were. Yes. Well, I was a former child myself, but yeah, those were some real long matches. From the middle of the front row, Titans put it over. Nice job there at the middle of the front row by Alea Super, because that was not easy for number 7 to get that over without hitting the net. You bump into the net on your side, and it's a point. Super avoided it, and now we have game point. And serving it into the net is Eliana Camacho. So Cleveland Heights is within 10 at 24-14. But it'll be Charlie Mason to serve. But unless she can serve 10 consecutive points, Lorain will have game 1. And Mason's first one, she's got one. Is unable to dig that out was Nevaeh Hagwood. She's the libero for Lorain. There you get a look at the young lady serving, Charlie Mason. Charlee. It's the spelling for the young lady. And unable to dig that out for the Titans is going to be Liana Camacho. So she saved off 2 game points so far, but still a long way to go. Titans lead 24-16. Mason with a line drive, and there's 3 in a row. Camacho unable to send that ahead. Mason in a nice rhythm here serving, and you wonder if Coach Bray will take a timeout here at some point to maybe try to slow her down. Titans dig in defensively. Another good serve for Mason, and it's 24-18. Mason really doing a good job with her line drive serves. There you see that young lady, the freshman for Cleveland Heights. Coach Bray up giving instructions to her team. Mason in a good rhythm, good line drive serve. That one goes off the curtain, 24-19. 5 consecutive points, and now we get a timeout for Lorain. So give Charlie Mason a lot of credit here. Who knows how this will end up? There she is. Number 15, the freshman for Cleveland Heights. She has served 5 consecutive points. Her team was down 24-14. She's made it 24-19, and she's not even going over there to the bench. She's going to stand right where she is. She likes the rhythm that she's in. But Lorain takes their first time out, and there you see Cleveland Heights gathering around the rest of the team, talking it over, and coach is probably just saying, keep serving them, Charlie. And Lorain will do their best to try to to get this game 1 win. But they were up 24-13. So 6 consecutive points for Cleveland Heights. They're trying to make it interesting. Again, you must win by 2 points. So if it would get to 24-24, then you know it's got to go to at least 26. Charlie Mason to serve. And it's sent over for the Titans. Let's get the third hit over. Left side of the front row by Kozlowski. She got it over. Comes right back to Kozlowski. Sends it right back to the Heights side. Second hit is blocked at the net, and that's going to be a double hit, and Lorain wins 25-19. So a double hit ends it. I'll tell you what, Cleveland Heights made it interesting, but game 1 goes to your Lorain Titans for girls freshman volleyball. We're going to take a timeout. Game 1. Lorain wins it 25-19. We'll be back with game number 2. You're watching freshman girls volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
And welcome back. Game 2 getting underway here with Lorain and Cleveland Heights girls freshman volleyball. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti doing all the camera work. The tough job here at WLCS TV 20. I just sit here and talk. Mike's got more gadgets and gizmos than I've ever seen in my life. You've got more right there than I own. Oh, well, I mean, any gizmo or whatever. I mean, wow, contraption, whatever you want me to call it. But you know what you're doing. And at Cleveland Heights trailing 1-0 as Lorain won 25-19. Again, that's official Todd Miller. Mark Penna has his back to you as he's up on the stand. Those two in charge as they're double checking where everybody should be. There was a discrepancy in game 1. And it took a point away from Cleveland Heights and gave it to Lorain. And when you think about it, that was pretty significant because at the time it would have been 13-11 Lorain. It made it 14-10 Titans instead. And Cleveland Heights had a furious rally, came back scoring 6 points in a row before Lorain won. But had they got that point and kept their serve, who knows? Again, Todd having young ladies from Cleveland Heights get their position set, get the right young ladies on the floor. And it looks like Cleveland Heights begins game 2 by serving, and it'll be Kanasia Green. So Kanasia Green, who had a good serving early on in game 1 when Cleveland Heights took their leads. We had 2 ties at 1 and at 3. Cleveland Heights' last lead was 3-2. Kanasia Green was serving then. And then once Lorain took control, they pretty much had it, but they led 24-13 and then a 6-0 run for Cleveland Heights. Made it 24-19 before the Titans put it away at 25-19. So I think we're just about set to get back underway. And we are underway. Green with a line drive serve. Dug out beautifully from the back row was Miller. Allie Miller did a tremendous job, but it gets sent over by Cleveland Heights, and they get the point. Or no, I apologize. That is a point for Lorain. Misread what the official said. So Lorain takes the 1-0 lead here in game 2. And there's going to be a second point as the libero, Nevaeh Hagwood. You'll see serving now will be Alea Super. Super serving. Her team up 2-0. Super sends it, and it goes off the hand. Unable to pass that ahead was Caden Osborne. Lorain with an early 3-0 lead. And remember, Lorain is 1 game away now from winning this 2-0. Cleveland Heights would have to win games 2 to tie it, and then game 3 to win this match. So the Titans would love to get off to a quick start, and that's what they've done now, 4 consecutive points, as Peyton Waller couldn't pass it ahead. 4-0 Lorain. Early stages, game 2. Lorain up 1-0. Line drive serve into the net. First point for Cleveland Heights comes on a missed serve from Lorain, and it's 4-1. Subbing in for Cleveland Heights, Elena Smith. She'll go to the left side of the front row. On the third hit, unable to put it over the net was Yanni Maldonado. And Cleveland Heights, with 2 consecutive points, has cut the lead in half from 4-0, 4-2. And now going back to serve is Charlie Mason, who did such a good job at the end of game 1, with 6 consecutive score points to give Cleveland Heights into the game. She puts it off the net, and that's a point in front of the diving Jaden Gunner. So Lorain up 4-3, but the best server that we've seen for Cleveland Heights early on, Charlie Mason, goes back there, and that time she puts it into the net, gives Lorain the lead at 5-3. As we get set for our server. And that is going to be Camacho. Camacho serves it, and from the middle of the front row, sent over off the right hand of Liana Camacho. Give the point to Cleveland Heights, and the Tigers are within 1 at 5-4. Well, the Tigers with a chance to tie it right here. Kennedy Miller to serve. Kennedy can't get it over the net. Lorain leads 6-4. Serving, Yanni Maldonado. Maldonado sends it over. And on the third hit, putting it over for Cleveland Heights is going to be French. Battle at the net, and it's going to be won by the Titans. And it makes it 7-4. Maldonado with the jump serve. Gets over the net, dug out there by Green. Sent back to the Titan side. Camacho digs it out. Set by Super. And sending it over on the third hit for Lorain was Carly Patterson. And now from the right side of the front row, Super sends it back over to the Tigers. Tigers right back to the Titans. Longest rally of the match by far. It's sent out of bounds, and Lorain will get the point. And it's now 8-4, and that was the longest rally of this match. Well played by both teams. Lorain takes the 8-4 lead. Line drive serve, and it's hit into the net by Green. Point for Lorain. They lead 9-4. Titans trying to take advantage here early on. Yanni Maldonado with her jump serve from the left side of the service line. Third hit for the Tigers sent over by French. There's the set by Super and the hit by Oliver. And there's a point. So Tink Oliver, they call her. There she is, number 4. Always ask for the names of the coaches when we have time and going over the names. And Coach Bray said, just call her Tink. I said, okay, well, if that's what you tell me, that's what we'll do. 11-4 Lorain. So Mike Paciotti, if you get any complaints on why I said Tink Oliver, Coach Brady told me to do it. Plus, it's easier than Jamira. 11-4 Lorain with the lead in game 2. They won game 1, 25-19. After the freshman match, we'll take a break, and then we'll have JV volleyball between these two schools. That shot was a little too long and out of bounds. It will give the point to Cleveland Heights. That ends the run. It's 11-5. And it'll be French to serve. Sends it over for the Titans. Super with the set. Left side of the front row, sending it over is Carly Patterson. Point for Lorain. Patterson with the kill. Titans up 12-5. Lorain doing a good job. They took command right away, taking a 4-0 lead. Now Cleveland Heights has got it within a point on a couple of occasions. 4-3 and 5-4, but Titans have lengthened that advantage out to 7 right now. French on the third hit, sends it right back to the Titans. Super with a set. Middle of the front row, sending it over too long was Patterson and out of bounds. Point to the Tigers. Lorain has doubled them up 12-6. There you get a look at the young lady, Carly Patterson. Tell you what, she, for a freshman, she is tall. Dugout, Super now, setting up Patterson. Patterson sends it back over to the Tigers. Patterson again, and that time she'll get the point. Carly Patterson with the kill. Titans lead 13-6 as they are about halfway through game number 2. Sub coming in for Cleveland Heights. For the Tigers coming in is Hayden Osborne. And we've got a timeout for Cleveland Heights. Cleveland Heights takes their first timeout of game 1, or game 2, I'm sorry. Each team took a timeout in game 1. And now the officials will come over to converse a little bit as the two teams are talking with their respective coaches here. So Titans won game 1, 25-19. They're ahead in game 2, 13-6. They have never trailed in game 2. Mark Penna again, and Todd Miller, two in charge of this one. After this is over, we'll have JV volleyball, and we'll follow that with the varsity match. Titans up 13-6. And there you get a look at the young lady that'll be serving, Jaden Gunner, number 1 for Lorain. Gunner sends it over, and it falls in between the rows of the defensive Cleveland Heights. 14-6 Lorain. Get a look at Gunner. You see her routine. She'll hit it once, twice, 3 times, and a couple of dribbles, and Gunner sends it over. And that time it goes off the net, out of bounds. Point to Lorain. They lead 15-6. Mike Pacciani, I've always said that I kind of liken a young lady's serve in volleyball to a free throw in basketball, where you kind of have to have the same rhythm, the same routine, whatever works for you, you do it. And you can see that with Gunner. It's just like a young lady or a man or a boy that's shooting free throws. They have the same routine, whether it's a couple of dribbles, whatever they do. You can see Gunner does the same thing every single time. 16-6. And again, she sends it over. Green for Cleveland Heights, back to the Titans. And Patterson off the top of the net, and that's going to be a point for Lorain. It just skimmed off the top of the net for Carly Patterson, number 9. She has a little wry smile there. She knew that one could have went the other way. 17-6 Lorain. It's like when you hit the top of the net cord in tennis. You kind of smile and look at your opponent like this is the same type of thing. So that one goes into the net. Good job by Gunner with several serves, but gives a point to Cleveland Heights, and it's 17-7. So Heights down by 10. Going back to serve as Madison Carlisle. Carlisle with their first serve, and that's going to be in. As watching it was Allie Miller. I think Miller thought it would be out, but that was in. And Cleveland Heights gets the ace and the point. They trail 17-8. As you get a good look right there on your television of Madison Carlisle. Madison at the middle of the service line. And now Todd Miller again is over at the scorer's table as we have a slight delay. And Todd and the coaching staff for Cleveland Heights, along with the bookkeepers. So we'll see, maybe they're talking about the rotations. Not sure. But Lorain up right now. 17-8, but they've got on the scoreboard 18-7. So I think this is going to be a situation like it was in game 1, where they're taking a point away from Cleveland Heights. And it's going to go to Lorain. Lorain won game one, 25-19. And freshman coach Megan Hunter not happy as she talks now with Todd Miller. Hopefully we'll get this resolved quickly and get back to the match. So Todd getting the rotations correct for Cleveland Heights. And I think this is going to be where Cleveland Heights loses a point again because they obviously had somebody in the wrong spot. And Todd also doing some explaining to the Tigers freshman. Again, we're in game two. Scoreboard says Lorain 18, Cleveland Heights 7. And in game one, Lorain won 25-19. So they're trying to win this match in 2 consecutive games. Cleveland Heights needs a big comeback to send us to a 3rd game. Todd Miller talking with the Lorain coaches. (18-7). Lorain out in front. And again, a long discussion. As freshman coach Megan Hunter. Here's from Todd Miller. He was over there once, then he came to the team on the floor, and it seemed like he was kind of directing some of the young ladies where they should be. Now he's back over with the coaches and the official scores for Cleveland Heights. And hopefully we'll get to some resolution here soon. And we'll be able to finish out game 2. And then following that, we've got JV volleyball. And after the JVs, we've got varsity volleyball. So, again, they're taking a point away from Cleveland Heights, giving it to Lorain, and Lorain will serve. Todd Miller talking with Charlie Mason out on the floor. So serving for Lorain, I believe it's going to be Carly Patterson. Coach Bray talking with her team, and Coach Miller now showing her where their players should be. All right, now Lorain is going to sub. Coming in for Carly Patterson, they are going to bring in Yanni Maldonado. And back to serve is Nevaeh Hagwood, and we are finally back underway. Hagwood with a serve after that long delay, and that will be a point for Lorain. They lead 19-7. Nevaeh Hagwood with her serve, played by the opposite libero was Peyton Weller. Third hit by Osborne goes back to the Lorain side that they can't dig out. Point to Cleveland Heights. They trail 19-8. Now Kanasia Green. Her and Mason have been their two best servers to this point. See if Green, what she can do here. Gunner dug it out, sent ahead, and on the third hit for the Titans, they put it over, and there was Thea Winans with the winning shot right there, 20-8. So a nice job, Thea Winans coming in to the match. Plays the right side of that front row, number 17. Serving is Alea Super, and we've got a timeout. So a timeout on the court with the Titans on in front, 20-8. I didn't see it, Mike, but I would assume that was Cleveland Heights that was taking that timeout. So if it is, that would be their second and final timeout. You get 2 per game. And indeed, the scoreboard does show that. So the Titans will await this. They lead 20-8, 5 points away from a 2-game sweep. All right, both teams back out onto the floor. And serving will be Alea Super. And unable to put it over the net for the Titans was Allie Miller. Point for Cleveland Heights, and it's 20-9. Subbing in for Heights, Madison Carlisle comes to the left side of the front row. And Charlie Mason with a serve that's dug out by Gunner. Sent back over to the Heights side. There's a set from the middle of the front row. Sending it over was Kennedy Miller, and that's going to be a point for Cleveland Heights. Makes it 20-10. Not sure what the violation was there on the Titans, but serving again Charlie Mason, and again at the end of game one, late stages, she did real well. And next time she puts it into the net. Titans lead 21-10. They have the serve, and they're 4 points a win from the 4 points away from the match. Subs for Lorain coming in to serve will be Eliana Camacho. Also coming back in is Tink Oliver. So Camacho to serve. And dug out there. The set and the third hit from Cleveland Heights. Sent it back over by Kennedy Miller. Play back was set by their setter French. Back row. Tink Oliver sends it back to Cleveland Heights. Good rally this time. There's a double hit on Cleveland Heights. She hits the double hit. Gives the point to Lorain. It's 22-10. Double hit there by the young lady trying to serve it, Lily French. Camacho again, and there's in front of the diving libero, Peyton Waller, and it's 23-10. They're 2 points away from the match. Camacho, good serve. And Super sends it back over. And hitting it out of bounds. Match point are the Tigers. Match point for Lorain. And trying to finish this out will be Camacho. Her team up 24-10. Camacho with a good long serve. And on the third hit, Carlisle puts it over, and there's a point for Cleveland Heights. Give them credit. Madison Carlisle on the third hit put it over onto the Lorain side, and they get the point and trail 24-11. It'll be Kennedy Miller serving for the Tigers. And Miller can't get it over the net, and there's the match. So Lorain wins the freshman match, 25-19, 25-11. With the win, the Lorain freshmen improve their record to 3-2. They are over the 500 mark for the Lorain freshmen. So again, they win it in 2 games, 25-19, 25-11. We'll take a timeout. When we come back in probably about 20 minutes or so, it'll be the JV match, unless, maybe they won't give them as much time to sign them up. Not sure. But anyway, we'll have the JV match when we have it, and that'll be coming up momentarily. So until then, this is Ron Polinsky. You've been watching girls freshman volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
And welcome to Girls Junior Varsity Volleyball here from Lorain High School. Rob Polinsky, Mike Paciotti with you. It's Cleveland Heights and the host Lorain Titans. Lorain in the home whites, white jerseys with blue shorts. And for Cleveland Heights, they've got the black jerseys with black shorts and the white numerals. Both teams getting set out here. JVs for Lorain have a record of 5-3. And they are coached by Serena Rodriguez. She's in her 8th year. There she is as the head coach of the Lorain Titans JV team. The JV team for Cleveland Heights coached by Victoria Varner. If you missed our freshman match, Lorain won in 2 games, 25-19, 25-11. And I think we're just about set to get underway. And for Cleveland Heights, serving will be Raven Ross. She is a sophomore. Ross sends it deep, and we're underway as our JV match gets underway. The libero for Lorain, Dasani Smalls, was the first one to hit it. And then Chelsea Ramos was unable to put it over. That's Ramos setting. And from the middle of the front row, hitting it too deep for Lorain is going to be Lanaya Moon. And it's 2-0 early on here for Cleveland Heights. Again, serving is Raven Ross. And there's an ace, makes it 3-0. Again, we play best 2 games out of 3. You go to 25. Must win by 2, just like the same as the freshman match. From the back row, that was Aubriella Noble. She's a freshman that has come up to play. And the first point goes to Lorain for them after a 3-0 run for Cleveland Heights. Makes it 3-1. And subbing in to serve is going to be Alani Williams. Lonnie Williams with a deep serve, but it is wide and out of bounds. That gives Cleveland Heights the point, and Heights has an early 4-1 advantage over Lorain here in game 1 of our JV match. Cleveland Heights with a sub. And we don't have a 19 on the freshman JV or varsity roster, so can't tell you who that is for Heights, but the serve went out of bounds, gives the point to Lorain. And the Titans are within 2 at 4-2. Another sub for Cleveland Heights. Now going back to serve is Lanaya Moon for Lorain. Moon with a jump serve, excellent job. Sent right back to her. Moon digs it out from the middle of the front row, sending it over now on the 3rd hit for Lorain was Shania Smith. And Tigers get the point as Lorain can't pass it ahead. It's 5-2. You can already see in the early going here of game 1 of the JV match, the skill set of these young ladies as you go from freshman to JV is better. Kendall McCann serving for Cleveland Heights. Now, Mark Penna and Todd Miller talking things over. So it'll be Lorain to serve. As Todd Miller has a conversation with Victoria Varner, who's the JV coach for Cleveland Heights. Lorain was awarded a point. I'm not sure why. That happened a couple times in the freshman match as well. And for Lorain, coming in is Myasia Cheers. She's a sophomore. Elena Super will serve. She wears number 18. And it's a good deep serve, but it was just out. So that gives Cleveland Heights the point and a 6-3 lead. Well, that one was almost too close to let go, but Cleveland Heights did, and they were right. Janan Fernandez serving for the Tigers. Her team up 6-3. Fernandez with the serve, and that is out. It's long, 6-4. And for Lorain, Aubriella Noble, a freshman, will go back to serve. Sub for Lorain coming in is Lanaya Smith. Aubriana Noble, and she'll come up for the jump serve. And the freshman puts it into the net. 7-4 Cleveland Heights. Subbing in, Zanai McGee for Lorain. She wears number 10 on her jersey. Heights up 7-4, and they will serve. Game 1 early on. JV match. Greater Cleveland Conference match with Lorain and Cleveland Heights. Left side of the front row, dug out nicely, and we get a call. So the call goes against Lorain. Cleveland Heights now has doubled them up, leading 8-4. And Todd Miller, I don't know if you could hear it, but he mentioned that it was the 4th hit on Lorain. You can only hit it 3 times, 4 if you're blocking it. Anyway, the 2nd hit, now they get it over on the 3rd hit for the Titans. From the middle of front row. Laid ahead. There's a set. And for Lorain, hitting it over with Shania Smith. Left side of the front row, dug out nicely there for the Titans. Battle at the net, and this one will go to Cleveland Heights. Or no, they're saying that the Tigers went into the net, and that gives Lorain the point. They trail 8-5. Rallies are longer in this JV match than we had at the freshman level. Substitution for Cleveland Heights. Number 6, Elena Kuntz comes in. There's a line drive serve, and that is an ace. They thought it was going to go long and out, let it go, but it's an ace for Lorain, 8-6. And serving is Shania Smith. Shania serves. That time there's a double hit on the Tigers, and that gives Lorain the point, 8-7. So the Titans within a point of tying it up here early on in game 1. Smith with a good line drive, and 2nd hit goes nearly to the ceiling. Sent over by the Tigers. Good job by them. There's the set by Super. Sent back over for the Titans. There's a set for Ross. And it goes into the net, and we are tied at 8, and this is the first tie of game 2. Cleveland Heights took the 4-0 lead, or I'm sorry, a 3-0 lead before Lorain got their first point. And Lorain has battled back to tie it at 8. And now they have their first lead of game 2. Shania Smith with another good serve. Lorain leads for the first time, 9-8. 5 consecutive points for the Lorain junior varsity team. Smith, good line drive serve that goes deep onto the Tiger side, and hitting it into the net on the 3rd hit was Karis Harrell. And it's 10-8 Lorain. Titans from the left side of the front row. That one's going to go a little bit long, and it will be a point for Cleveland Heights, as Linnea Smith had the right idea, cross court from trying to get to that back row, and she hit it just a little too hard and had too much on it, went too deep, and it's now 10-9 Cleveland Heights. On the 3rd hit, Titans unable to hit it over that time as Zanai McGee couldn't quite get it over. We have our second tie of game 1 at 10-10. McGee, and we have a couple of Titans bump into one another as McGee was trying to pass it ahead, and that will give a point to Cleveland Heights. They lead 11-10, and with that, they're going to have our first timeout. Coach Serena Rodriguez takes the first timeout of game 1 as you take a look at Coach with her team gathered around her. As after Lorain got their first lead at 9-8 and they got it to 10-8, Cleveland Heights is countered with 3 consecutive points. You see them gathering around their head coach, Victoria Varner. And so Coach Rodriguez elects to take the timeout here in game 1. Close game at 11-10. JV volleyball, just the same as the freshmen. Best 2 games of 3. And the winner is the first to score 25, but you must win by at least 2 points. And who knows, that might come into play here as close as this first game has been. Tigers set to serve, up 11-10. And that one will go wide. Watching that go out of bounds was Myasia Cheers, and we're tied at 11. Sub for Lorain coming in, and this young lady will serve, and this is Chelsea Ramos, a sophomore. So Ramos to serve for the Titans, tied at 11. Game 1. And she hits it into the net, gives the Tigers the lead at 12-11. Neither team able to get much separation from the other here in the early going of game 1. Tigers serving, Raven Ross. Dug out nicely, the set. Now from the left side of the front row, hitting it into the net was Anaya Patton. Anaya Patton, a freshman, up on the JV team. And it's 13-11. But that one really not Patton's fault. That set wasn't very good, and it put her too far into the net. Couldn't do anything with it. Now from the middle of the front row, the spike is dug out nicely by Cleveland Heights, sent right back over for the Titans. And on the third hit for the Tigers, they put it over the net. There's the set, and the spike from the middle of the front row, and it's good. The set came from Chelsea Ramos, and it was Shania Smith, I believe, who had that kill for Lorain. Makes it 13-12 Heights. Let me correct myself. That was Lanaya Moon, number 9, not number 8 on the spike. So Lanaya Moon with the spike. And there's a serve that goes just long by Lonnie Williams. 14-12 Cleveland Heights. Tigers with a substitution, up by 2. That serve well out as Rianne Boxley, a sophomore. If the wall wasn't down, I think that would have landed in the auxiliary gym. 14-13. Lorain now trying to tie. And it will be Moon to serve. Line drive serve. There's an ace. And we're tied at 14. Boy, excellent serve there by Lanaya Moon, a sophomore. Lanaya again, good jump serve. Goes all the way to the back. Tigers send it over on the third hit. Moon sends it ahead. And the kill is going to go out of bounds by Shania Smith off the set by Chelsea Ramos. Point Cleveland Heights, and Heights leads 15-14. Nice ace on the serve by Kendall McCann. She is the libero for Cleveland Heights. 16-14, Tigers. Kendall McCann, sophomore. Tremendous serve that time. And on the third hit, sending it, not able to get it over the net that time for Lorain was Chelsea Ramos. 17-14 Heights. McCann again to serve. That went into the net. Point for Lorain. They've cut it to 17-15. But Titans now will make a sub. Down 2, 17-15. Checking in is Myasia Cheers. And serving right now will be Elena Super. Set and sent over, but blocked nicely by the Tigers. Shania Smith sent it, but there was a double block there by the Tigers. They were all over it, and they lead at 18-15. Janan Fernandez. And the Titans can't get it over. Nice job serving by Fernandez. And we're going to get another timeout now for Lorain. They take their second timeout of game one. They are out of timeouts. Tigers have a 19-15 lead as you get a look at Coach Varner and her junior varsity team. They have 2 timeouts at their disposal, but the Titans are now out. And Cleveland Heights 6 points away from game 1 win here in this junior varsity match. So Coach Rodriguez trying to get some momentum back here. As you see her talking with her team, they're down by 4. Following this, we'll have the varsity match with Lorain and Cleveland Heights. Varsity a little bit different than freshman and JV. Instead of 2 out of 3, they play 3 out of 5 games. And the difference would be if they would get to a 5th game, then that goes to 15 instead of the 25. But instead of 2 out of 3, you play 3 out of 5 at the varsity level. So Heights to serve, up by 4. And the sent over on the third hit by Shania Smith for Lorain. Dug out by the Tigers. Set by Super, sent back over for the Titans. There's a set from the left side of the front row. They hit it too deep and out of bounds. That'll be a point for Lorain. So the Titans down 19-16. And that young lady wears number 19 on her jersey, but we don't have a 19 on any of the 3 rosters for Cleveland Heights, so not sure who she is. But anyway, serving for Lorain, it'll be Arbriella Noble, a freshman. Noble. Serve is dug out. And again on the third hit. That's dug out by the Titans by Linnea Smith. Smith again with a kill, and it's good. So Smith got the first pass, and then they set her up to kill, and she did. And it's 19-17. Titans within 2. This first game has been close throughout. We've had 3 ties at 8, 11, and 14. And at that time, that serve goes into the net. Cleveland Heights gets it back, up 20-17. And the Tigers are 5 points away from a 1-0 lead here in this JV match. Serve goes into the net. So back-to-back missed serves by these 2 teams. 20-18 Cleveland Heights. Lorain will get the serve back, and it'll be Shania Smith, a sophomore. Shania now will go to the right side, and we await her jump serve. Here it is. And she puts it in play, and the Cleveland Heights can't pass it ahead. It went off of Fernandez and out of play, 20-19. Titans a point away from tying game one. We've been tied at 8, 11, and 14. Smith to serve. Dug out that time and sent back over. Titans, Smith, right side of the front row, hitting it back over. It was Cheers. Cheers plays it for Lorain, but nobody there. Cheers played it, and Smith and Super almost ran into one another. But Cleveland Heights with the point, they lead 21-19. There's a missed serve for Cleveland Heights. That was Karis Harrell. So it's 21-20. And it's going to be Chelsea Ramos to serve for the Titans. Her team down a point. Ramos line drive serve, unable to pass it ahead was Fernandez, and we're tied at 21. Our first tie since 14 apiece. Lorain right back into this. Tied at 21. Late stages game one. Ramos serve out of bounds. Point Cleveland Heights. They lead 22-21. Serving for Heights, Raven Ross. Her team up by 1, 22-21. Dug out from the back row for the Titans. The set and sent back over. I believe we're going to get a double hit. And now Todd Miller talking with Mark Penna. So it is tied at 22. That point went to Lorain. Serving, Chelsea Ramos. No, Chelsea Ramos just served. Should be somebody else. Sub for Lorain. We've got a couple subs. Allie Miller is coming in, number 3. And also coming in is Aubriella Noble. And serving is Lonnie Williams. Tied at 22. Williams sends it too deep, out of bounds. Cleveland Heights leads 23-22. You know, the pressure of serving in a close game tied like this in the late stages, not easy. And we'll see how Ryan Boxley does here. Her team up by 1. Boxley looks like she wants to jump serve. She does. She gets it over, and there's an ace. And it's game point for the Tigers of Cleveland Heights, up 24-22. So Cleveland Heights a serve away from taking a 1-0 lead in the JV match. There's a good line drive serve dug out. And on the third hit, sending it back over was Anaya Patton. It goes out of bounds. That'll be game 1 to Cleveland Heights. So the Tigers, after being tied at 22-22, they score the last 3 points of game 1, and they celebrate a game 1 win over Lorain. So Cleveland Heights wins game 1, 25-22. We'll be back with game 2 right after this timeout. You're watching Girls JV Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Yeah, that's fine. No, that's cool. Right. I know. I swear I should get better when we get to varsity.
And we're set for game 2 of girls JV volleyball. As Lorain loses game 1, 25-22. A very close game that went Cleveland Heights' way. And starting to serve is Chelsea Ramos, and she'll serve it out of bounds. Cleveland Heights takes a 1-0 lead. Heights in that first game took a first 3-point lead at 3-0. We had 6 ties at 8, 10, 11, 14, 21, and 22. But Cleveland Heights, after being tied at 22, would score the final 3 points of game 1 to take a 1-0 lead. And now Lorain has to battle back and win 2 in a row to win this match. They battle at the net. Moon with a hit back over to the Tiger side. And sending it over was Ross back over to the Lorain side. Moon again sends it, dug out beautifully there from the libero McCann, sent back, and the libero for Lorain, Dasani Smalls, goes over to get it. Really good rally here for both teams early on in game 2, and that one is going to go to the Titans. And we're tied at 1. Lorain's last lead of game 1, even though we had 6 ties and it was very close, believe it or not, they only led twice, at 9-8 and at 10-9. We were tied at 10, and then after being up 10-9, Lorain never led again. As close as it was, we got it to tie 6 different times, but could just quite never get over the hump. And Cleveland Heights would win game 1. And now serving is Lonnie Williams. And Williams comes back over to send it back to the Tigers, but it goes out of bounds. Point to Cleveland Heights. And the Tigers from the east side lead it 2-1. Tigers against the Titans. Varsity volleyball after this. A triple header, freshman, JV, and varsity. And so the point goes to Cleveland Heights on an illegal rotation there by the Titans defensively during the serve. And it's 3-1 Cleveland Heights. As they try to get the scoreboard fixed. Cleveland Heights leads 3-1. I know Cleveland Heights leads 3-1. I think we're going to play it. They'll figure out the scoreboard. Now we're getting closer. We've got it 2-1. Yeah. They've shorted Cleveland Heights a point. I'm sure Mike Pachotti won't complain about that. Titans now falls on their side. And now they do fix it. So it is 4-1 for Lorain, trailing Cleveland Heights. Serving. Leanne Boxley. Boxley jump serve, nicely done, getting it over the net, but it was wide and out of bounds. Lorain wisely watched that go out of bounds. 4-2. Substitution for Heights. Denise McPherson coming back in. She's a sophomore. Serving, sophomore Lanaya Moon. Line drive, well done. Titans play it. It was Ramos with the set. And Cleveland Heights can't dig it out. So point goes to Lorain. They cut it to 4-3. Lorain needs to win this game to get us to a deciding third game. Cleveland Heights looking for the 2-game sweep. Jump serve, well done, and hit out of bounds. Lanaya Moon with the excellent serve. We're tied at 4. And Moon that time can't get it over the net. Cleveland Heights regains the lead at 5-4. Going back to serve is libero Kendall McCann. McCann with an excellent ace on that serve in front of the libero Dasani Smalls. That one goes into the net. 6-5. Lorain within a point. Titans serving, trying to tie it at 6. Dug out, sent back over, and that is going to be cheers. And the point goes to Lorain. We're tied at 6. Serving is Super. Young lady played in the freshman match as well. Dug out there by Raven Ross. Lorain gets the point, and the Titans, for the first time in game 2, have a lead, and it is 7-6. Lorain takes their first lead, and now we're tied at 7 as the serve goes into the net. So Heights will get the serve back, tied at 7. We've already had 4 ties in this game and 1 lead change. Fernandez serving for Cleveland Heights. Fernandez, nicely done. Middle of the front row there. Shania Smith puts it back over to the Tiger side. Tigers play it. Again goes back. Dasani Smalls for Lorain. Gets sent back over. Cheers digs it out. Smith will send it over. Dug out by McCann for Cleveland Heights. Again the set. Right, left side of the front row, and getting the point for Lorain will be Aubriella Noble, a freshman with a kill. 8-7 Titans. Sub coming in for Lorain. Linnea Smith. Can digs out that serve. And from the left side of the front row, dug out nicely by Super, played ahead by Smith. Back to the Tigers. Now their third hit will get over the net. Dug out, well done by the Titans. And on the third hit, unable to get it over the net that time was Myasha Cheers. She had her back to the net, hit it off the top of the tape, and it'll be Cleveland Heights point, and we're tied at 8. Miss serve, Lorain leads 9-8. We've already had 5 ties in this game 2. That's one tie away that we had the entire way in game 1. These JV teams are pretty closely matched up. At least that's the way it's playing out. And the right side of the front row, putting it into the, let's see, it looks like the Tigers had a violation of some sort, not sure what it was. So that gives the Titans the point and a 10-8 lead. Smith with a good serve, and that's going to be sent out of play. 11-8 Lorain. Titans easily with their largest lead here in game 2. Smith sends it deep to the corner. McCann with the set. Third hit is sent back over by Boxley for Cleveland Heights. McCann from the back row. Again, that's Boxley. Back to the Titan side, dug out there by Smith. Middle of the front row. And getting the point there for Lorain that time. And a good job on that kill is Lanaya Moon. I guess that's a moon shot when she sends it over on the kill. Thank you very much, sir. The serve goes too deep, and it's out of bounds by Shania Smith. And it's 12-9. Cleveland Heights now down 3. And it will be Karis Harrell, a sophomore. There's number 11 on her Cleveland Heights jersey. She's serving. And she gets it over the net, but it's wide and out of bounds. Point for Lorain. Titans lead 13-9. Substitution for Lorain. Coming in is the freshman Anaya Patton. They dressed 2 freshmen, Patton and Noble. Let me correct myself. Also, Elena Super, and they brought up Allie Miller. So they do bring up some other freshmen as well. And that time, serving it into the net is Chelsea Ramos. Point Cleveland Heights. They trail 13-10. Heights sends it back. Dasani Smalls dug it out, but we got a whistle and a call, and it's going to go against Cleveland Heights. And Lorain leads 14-10. Substitution. Lonnie Williams back in for the Titans. She'll serve. She replaces her teammate and classmate, Lanaya Smith. Lonnie Williams, her team up by 4. Just wide and out of bounds. That will give the point to Heights. They're within 3 at 14-11. Way back to serve is Ryan Boxley. The jump serve. Too far. 15-11 Lorain. Serving Lanaya Moon. Dug out nicely there by McCann, the libero for Cleveland Heights. Moon on the third hit, Smith sends it over. And McCann with the set. Left side of the front row, Heights sends it back over. Set up there by Ramos, and that shot is wide and well out of bounds. And it's going to be 15-12. Cleveland Heights has cut the advantage to 3. They've done that several times of late, but it's as close as they've been able to get. McCann serving. Into the net, 16-12 Lorain. Substitutions for the Titans. Asia Cheers is back in, and back in to serve is Alina Super. And nice job in the middle of the front row. Shania Smith with the kill. (17-12) Lorain, biggest lead of game 2. McCann from the back row. Got to get it over this time. They were able to do so. Smalls digs it out. And the kill by Cheers is dug out by McCann. That one is too deep. Point for Lorain, 18-12. Elena Super. Layup. Serving. Cleveland Heights can't get there. And we've got a timeout for Cleveland Heights as they're down 19-12. And it's looking like Lorain may be putting this to a third and deciding game. In the freshman game, it was a 2-game win for Lorain, 25-19, 25-11. Cleveland Heights won game 1, 25-22. Lorain with a commanding 19-12 lead in game 2. It looks like we might be heading to a third game here for the JV. We'll have to wait and see. That's the first timeout of this game. And the timeout was Cleveland Heights. So they'll have 1 remaining. Lorain has 2. Each team gets 2 timeouts per game. And the Tigers are back on the floor. Here come the Titans. Alea Super sends it over. McCann digs it out. And dug out nicely by Smalls. Beautiful job over there by Noble to keep it in play. And the Titans are going to end up getting the point. Boy, that's excellent teamwork on the Titans. It looked like that ball was going to be out of play, but Noble, just in front of the scorer's table, kept it in play, and then the Titans were able to send it over, and they lead 20-12, and they're 5 points away from evening this match to game apiece and sending us to a third and deciding game. Smalls from the back row. Dug out by Super, sent back over. McCann on the third hit gets it back for the Tigers. Super with the set, right side of the front row. The kill is going to be good. And that is Myasia Cheers. Lorain now out in front, 21-12. over, 22-12. Lorain out front by 10, 3 points away from sending us to a third game, the deciding game. And that one is sent into the Lorain bench. Titans are 2 points away, 23-12. Titans led 15-12, so they have scored 8 consecutive points. Alea Super. And now we're at match point. This final score of this game won't indicate how close this game really was. It was 15-12, and Lorain has scored 9 consecutive points. And that ends it right there as they serve it into the net, 24-13. Now the interesting thing was in game 1, we had 6 ties. In this one, we've had 5. And then Lorain took that commanding lead at 24-13. Now, yeah, that's where we are at 24-13. On the left side of the front row, sending it over, and that's going to be the match, or the game, as Maisha Cheers sends it over, and she gives Lorain the edge, 25-13. And indeed, we're going to have a third and deciding game here from Lorain. So we'll take a timeout. When you come back, it'll be game 3 of the deciding game of this JV match. We're tied at a game apiece. Lorain wins game 2, 25-13. You're watching girls varsity or girls JV volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
And we're just about set to begin game 3 here for our JV match. This will be the third and deciding game as we're at one game apiece. Cleveland Heights won game 1, 25-22. Lorain countered in game 2, winning 25-13. That sets up a winner-take-all game 3, which again will go to 25. And serving will be Chelsea Ramos for Lorain. Ramos with the first serve, and third hit here. McCain can't quite get it over Lorain with a 1-0 lead. So for the first time in this match, the Titans take the first point. They lost game 1, 25-22, but in that game, Cleveland Heights got out to the early lead of 3-0. In game 2, they got the first point. So for the first time today, the JV team for Lorain scored the first point. And there's a shot that goes over and in for Fernandez, and Cleveland Heights ties at 1 apiece. Anaya Patton back in for Lorain, freshman. Wears number 4 on her jersey. She's on the left side of the back row. The libero, Sonny Smalls, is on the right side of the back row. Patton digs that out. And it's set up for the middle of the front row. Moon sends it over to the Cleveland Heights side. Blocked at the net, but we're going to get an illegal touch there. And that's going to go to Lorain, so Lorain takes a 2-1 lead. Williams serves it. Set there that time by Ross for Cleveland Heights. Set right back to the Lorain side, and it goes off the antenna wire, the guide wire. And that will be a point for Cleveland Heights. We're tied at 2. Early on in game 3. And the Titans are going to get the point, and they lead 3-2. Sub for Cleveland Heights. McPherson will replace Boxley. Moon serving for Lorain. Dug out by McCann. Sent ahead from the middle of the front row. Moon from the back row. And dinking it back over was Ramos, but Cleveland Heights was there, and the Tigers will get the point. Tied at 3. You see the score on the lower portion of your television. Can to serve for the Tigers. And the Tigers have their first lead of game 3 at 4-3. That one a little too deep, far. We're tied at 4 as it goes out of bounds, sails long past the end line. Elena Super, the freshman, to serve. High, deep serve, dug out from the back row by McCann. Passed ahead, and it goes off the guide wire. That'll be a point for Lorain. Those guide wires are there for a reason. You have to hit the ball inside of those. Get a point, and if it goes off of those, guide wires, antennas, whatever you want to call them, the net is out of bounds. That serve is out of bounds, and once again, we are tied at 5. That's our 5th tie. We've been tied at every point. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. From the back row, dug out by Lonnie Williams. Sent over on the left side of the front row. Myasia Cheers gets the kill for Lorain. Titans lead 6-5. Serving, Aubriella Noble, one of the freshmen that's on this JV team. And Tigers did a nice job on the right side of that front row of sending it over, but they cannot complete the point. Titans now lead 7-5. Noble line drive serve off the top of the net. McCann plays it ahead, dug out nicely by Ross, sent over to the Titans. Left side of the front row, nice block there by the Tigers, and the Tigers are going to get the point. Oh, a tremendous block off of that kill attempt by Linnea Smith. And it is now a 7-6 Lorain 1-point lead. As coming back in is Ryan Boxley for Cleveland Heights. She is going to replace Denise McPherson, I should say. That serve goes long and out of bounds. Lorain leads 8-6. And a diving attempt to try to get that serve, unable to do so. Lorain with a 9-6 lead. Lorain's biggest lead here in game 3. Shania Smith serving. Smith with a serve. Played ahead by the Tigers, Boxley. And that will be a point for the Tigers. They cut it to 9-7. Karis Harrell will serve for the Tigers. Varsity volleyball when this one's over. And the Titans unable to put it over the net. Linnea Smith saying that was my fault. 9-8. Tigers a point away from tying. Unable to do so. Into the net. That's a point for Lorain. They lead 10-8. Chelsea Ramos will go back to serve for Lorain. Ramos sends it back to the Tigers. From the left side of the front row, Carly Tyus plays it for the Tigers, and then they set up Smith on the left side of that front row for the kill for the Titans. They lead 11-8. With Smith, the sophomore, young lady wears number 6. She's got some hops, no doubt about that. Showed them off there, and she got up, put that kill down. And there you get a good look at her. Chelsea Ramos serving it. McCann passing it ahead. Now back to McCann. She'll jump and put it ahead. And Dasani Small sends it back over and going into the net for the Titans. That'll be a point for Cleveland Heights. It was Lania Smith. She couldn't keep her momentum from going into the net. And it's 11-9 Lorain. Middle of the front row, Moon with the kill. 12-9 Titans. Subbing in to serve is Lonnie Williams. Coming out is Lania Smith. That is sent. That return was sent wide and out of bounds. 13-9 Lorain. Lorain freshmen won in consecutive games, 25-19, 25-11. This JV contest has had to go to a third and deciding game. Williams can't get it over the net on her serve. Point to the Tigers. Lorain leads by 3. Substitution for the Tigers. Coming out of their lineup. Is going to be Elena Kuntz. 14-10 Titans with the lead. Serving Lania Moon. Titans trying to take command of this third and deciding game. They're up by 4. She sends it too long and out of bounds, 14-11. McCann goes back to serve for the Tigers. Sends it over. Dug out there on the right side by Fernandez. Lorain gets the point. 15-11. Well, that was a good point for Lorain to get because that was an excellent serve by McCann. And it looked like off that initial serve, you know, that Lorain would be in trouble, but they sent it out, sent it over nicely and get the point. And now going back to serve is Alea Super. Her team up 15-11. And there, on the third hit, they cannot get it over. Unable to pass it over the net is McPherson. Titans have their biggest lead of the third game at 5 points at 16-11. We had 5 ties, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Cleveland Heights' only lead in this game was at 4-3. Titans send it back over to the Tiger side, and there's a miss hit, and it's 17-11. Titans by 6. Timeout for Cleveland Heights. They take their first of 2 timeouts. They're down 17-11. Heights won the first game, 25-22. Lorain bounced back in what was a tight game in game 2. They came on really late then to win it, pulling away 25-13, but that was a 15-12 game. And then Lorain, after a seesaw battle to begin, our last tie was at 5. They have taken command and they have a 17-11 lead, so the Titans have outscored Cleveland Heights 12-6 since our last tie at 5 apiece. And the Titans looking to put this one away in 3 games. They have a record of 5-3 overall, and Wynwood obviously have them at 6-3 on this young season. Way hard for me to believe that on the 9th of September, they're already playing their 9th match. But again, school starts sooner and games get underway in August. Super to serve, her team up 17-11. Following the timeout, she'll hit it out of bounds. So maybe that was a good timeout there for Coach Victoria Varner and Cleveland Heights. Serving is Janine Fernandez. And that will go long and out of bounds. 18-12, Lorain. Back in, Lanaya Smith. Serving, Arbiella Noble. Noble serves it into the net. 18-13, Lorain. Super with the set, but instead of setting it, she sends it over to the Heights side. And the kill is going to go long for Cleveland Heights. That was Boxley winding up, the sophomore, Ryan Boxley. Hits it too far and out of bounds, and Lorain now with a 19-13 lead here in game 3. Shania Smith back to serve. Here's her jump serve attempt. And that's a line drive, nicely done. Cleveland Heights, though, gets it over, but it was sent and a kill by Moon. So Moon was right there in the middle of the front row, able to put it down, and Lorain is 5 points away from the match, leading 20-13. Another good serve by Moon. And it's sent over to the Titan side. And the set for Smith, and she's able to, wow, third hit for Cleveland Heights. They get it over, unbelievable. I thought for sure Lorain had the kill there that time. Nicely done by the Tigers to keep this alive. Smith now to Moon. Moon sends it over to the Tigers. Long rally. Back row McCann. Back over to Smith. Dug out. Third hit for Lorain will go too far and out of bounds, and sending that out of bounds was Aubriella Noble. Give the Tigers credit there. And they cut it to 20-14. That was really well done. Carly Tyus back into the match for Cleveland Heights. A high short serve that's sent over on the third hit by Cheers for Lorain. And it's out of bounds. Titans lead 21-14. Subs for Lorain. Chelsea Ramos back in. Anaya Patton back in. Ramos is in to serve. Sonny Smalls, the libero. You see her there in that gray shirt. She's also in the back row. And we get a hit at the net, and it's going to go against Lorain, and it's now 21-15. So the Tigers get the point and the serve. And Raven Ross to serve her team down 21-15. And if Cleveland Heights is going to come back, you would think it's got to be right about now. And there's 1 point, 21-16. Back row, sent ahead. Moon has her kill shot blocked. Smalls from the back row for Lorain. And that set will go into the stand. Nothing that Lorain could do that time, as the set wasn't a good one. 3 consecutive points for Cleveland Heights, and they've cut it to 21-17. Boxley serving. Smalls, left side of the front row. Noble with the kill, and it was out of bounds too far. And that makes it 21-18, and we've got a timeout for Lorain. 4 consecutive points for the Cleveland Heights Tigers. They've cut a 21-14 lead to 21-18. Lorain takes the timeout. Each team now with 1 remaining. Yes, Cleveland Heights tries to fight their way back here in this third and deciding game. And waiting to serve is Raven Ross. We've seen this a couple times now when the Tigers take a timeout or when there's a timeout called, this time by Lorain. And Ross is in a rhythm, and she's been serving She doesn't even come over to the sideline. She just stands right there with that ball and awaits. So Ross set the serve. Her team down by 3. The back row, it's played ahead. Moon sends it over, and going back to try to dig it out was McCann. I don't know if she let that go, if it would have been inbounds or not. But Lorain gets the point. 22-18. McCann thought it would be inbounds, so she played it, but unable to pass it ahead. And Lorain now 3 points away from the match. And serving is Lonnie Williams. Williams just over the net, dug out nicely, and the Cleveland Heights Tigers are going to get the point. So the Tigers get the serve back and the point. They're down by 3, 22-19. Smalls digs it out. The set by Ramos, and the kill goes into the net by Noble. 22-20 Lorain. Again, you've got to win by 2 points. You go to 25. Cleveland Heights, who is down 21-14, they're battling back, and they are going to be 1 point away now as the Titans can't get over on the third hit. It's 22-21 Lorain. Cleveland Heights with a big-time comeback now, 7-1 of the last 8 points. And if they get this one, we're going to be tied. The serve goes into the net. And boy, did the Titans need that. They lead 23-21. They're 2 points away from the match. Subs for Cleveland Heights. McPherson back in. Serving for Lorain is Moon. Lorain 2 points away from the match. Moon jump serve. And that is going to go just wide, and we're at match point. 24-21. The return for the Tigers just out of bounds. Match point, Titans. Moon the serve. Battle at the net. Lorain wins it, and it's 25-21. Oh, they're saying one of the Titans went into the net that time, and that's going to give the point to Cleveland Heights. And Cleveland Heights stays in it, and it's 24-22. McCann to serve. Good serve, and that's going to be inbounds. It's an ace. They let it go. They thought it was going to be out of bounds. It was not. McCann puts it on the back line. Lorain let it land, and it's 24-23, still at match point. So the Tigers have staved off 2 match points so far. McCann, the serve. The third match point into the net. Lorain wins 25-23. So the last couple of points for Lorain were off missed serves for Cleveland Heights, but you take it any way you can. Both teams will get together to shake hands as the Tigers and the Titans battle here. Tremendous 3 games. Cleveland Heights won game 1, 25-22, but Lorain wins the match, coming back to win 25-13 and 25-23. That's going to do it for our coverage of junior varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll have varsity volleyball for you between these 2 schools. Cleveland Heights and Lorain varsity volleyball coming up. But for now, that's going to do it. Lorain wins 2-1. You've been watching girls JV volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a great country with freedoms like no other. To honor America and respect for all who have served this great country to defend these freedoms, you're invited to stand and sing our national anthem, the Star-Spangled Banner. Thank you. The Superintendent, Board of Education, Principal, and Booster Club extend to each of you a cordial welcome. We are pleased that you are here today. The officials assigned to the game have met all requirements set forth by the Ohio High School Athletic Association and have been selected for their important role in this contest. The officials for this game are Mark Penna, Todd Miller, Serenity Hernandez, and Skylar Miller. The student athletes, coaches, and officials are guests of the Ohio High School Athletic Association, and you are requested to treat them with respect in keeping with the ideals of good sportsmanship. Let's introduce our Cleveland Heights team. For Cleveland Heights, number 1, Jalen Putnam. Number 2, Ryan Barse. Number 3, Christina Blair. Number 8, Lorain Williams. Number 9, Alasia Lowry. Number 10, Amia Frazier. And number 14, Soraya Adams. And starting for the Tigers, number 4, Jordan Murphy. Number 5, Avery Kraft. Number 6, Elena Kuntz. Number 11, Nadia Berry. Number 12, River Woodall. Number 13, Kendall McCann. And number 15, Jayla Scruggs. And coaching the Tigers is head coach Brianna Roberts. And introducing your Lady Titans. Number 2, Ava Miller. Number 4, Jasenia Baez. Number 7, Nia Carter. Number 16, Lanaya Moon. Number 12, Dasani Smalls. Number 13, Shania Smith. Number 15, Talea Lusain. And your starters for your Lady Titans, number 1, Sienna Armelin. Libero, number 5, Janesha Washington. Number 6, Demaya Clayton. Number 8, Jayla Kirksey. Number 9, Janelle Butler. Number 10, Nariah Washington. And number 14, Jayla King. And the Lady Titans are coached by Coach Caprice Irby and Coach Troy Howell. Thank you.
And good evening and welcome to girls varsity volleyball from Lorain High School. It's Cleveland Heights versus Lorain, and we are just underway as Lorain gets the first point as Cleveland Heights serves it too far and out of bounds. Lorain comes in with a record of 5-3 for Coach Caprice Irby. The Cleveland Heights team comes in with 2 losses. They couldn't recall how many wins they had, but look for a decent matchup here. Ava Miller with server for Lorain. Dug out by the libero Janasia Washington, and there's a point for the Titans, and it's now 2-0. So, other starters on the floor for Lorain: Sienna Armelin, Jayla Kirksey, Janelle Butler, Nariah Washington, Jayla King. Again, serving is Ava Miller, 5'6" junior, and her serve is long and out. Point to Cleveland Heights. Heights gets their first point, and serving for the Tigers, it'll be Avery Kraft. She's a senior setter. Jordan Murphy, Elena Kuntz, Nadi Berry, River Waddell, and Rindo McCann are the other starters for Cleveland Heights. Lorain with an early 3-1 lead. Now in girls varsity volleyball, then you play games to 25, but you play the best 3 of 5. Coming in now to serve is Jasenia Baez. So Jasenia Baez serves it into the net. On a missed serve, Cleveland Heights gets the point. They lead 3-2. Going back to serve for Heights is going to be Kendall McCann. We saw Kendall in the JV game. Dug out nicely by the Titans, by Washington, and the point will go to Lorain. So Washington dug that out nicely, sent it back to the Heights side. They lead 4-2. Sub for Lorain, Janelle Butler back in. She'll replace Washington. Serving is Sienna Armelin, but she put it into the net. And now Armelin will come out. And it's 4-3. Lorain with the early lead here. Serving, Jayla Scruggs. Senior is an outside hitter. Scruggs with a line drive serve. It's dug out there by Jayla King. And sent right back by Heights onto the Lorain side. We're tied at 4. First tie of the match. And Scruggs, line drive serve. Washington digs it out. And it's sent back over. Lorain battling at the net. Kraft for Cleveland Heights, and we have somebody into the net. And it's going to be on Cleveland Heights, so Lorain gets the point. And Lorain leads 5-4 here in the early going of game 1. There you get a look at the Tigers. They've got their gray jerseys with their black shorts and the gold numerals. Lorain have the home whites and the blue shorts with the blue numerals. Substitution is Lorain Williams, a junior, coming in for Cleveland Heights. And back to serve, that's Jayla Kirksey for Lorain. Kirksey with a nice serve. Dug out there by Jordan Murphy. Left side of the front row, and unable to come up with it was Baez. And we're tied at 5. Cleveland Heights coached by Brianna Roberts. Unable to pass it ahead was Clayton, and Cleveland Heights now, they take their first lead of this match. Game 1 at 6-5. Serving is Nadia Perry, and it will go out of bounds. We're tied at 6. Serving for Lorain, Jayla King. King sends it into the net. Heights leads 7-6. Serving for Heights, Jordan Murphy. A left-handed serve. Murphy sends it over. Set for the Titans. The kill from the front row. Went out of bounds by Nariah Washington. Heights has their biggest lead early at 8-6. There's a look at Nariah. 5'7" outside hitter, is a sophomore. Jordan Murphy, left-handed jump serve. Sends it over, and it is just long and out. 8-7. Lorain within a point. And it's Janasia Washington, 5'7" sophomore. Just gets it over on the line drive, and Lorain will get the point as Sienna Armelin there at the middle of the net. Big 6-foot junior, able to make sure that stayed on the Heights side, tied at 8. Fourth tie in the early going. Again, the jump serve, and that is going to be in. 9-8 Lorain. On the ace. Here you look at our server, Washington. Janasia Washington. Jump serve, middle of the front row, off the top of the net, and it's an ace. Just barely got over the net. 10-8 Titans. Early stages, game 1. Best 3 games of 5. Freshman JV varsity, we're up to the varsity. There's a deep serve. And they're set at the middle of the front row and sent over by the Tigers. They're going to get the point. As the set was well done by Avery Kraft. And that makes it 10-9 Lorain. Nadia Berry, senior, serving for the Tigers. Set for the left side. Armelin has a good spike. It's good. Titans lead 11-9. Sienna Armelin able to put that straight down. And serving for the Titans will be Ava Miller. 5'6" junior setter. Ava sends it over. Kraft with the set. Tigers send it over on the third hit. Miller with the set. Armelin sends it back over to the Tigers. That's Kraft. Instead of setting it, she dinked it back over to the Titans. Armelin's right there. Kraft again with a set. Left side of the front row. Blocked beautifully by Armelin. And also Talena Lusain, a junior. Lusain into the match. Tigers trail now 12-9. Titans with a 3-point advantage. For the Titans, this is their biggest lead of game 1 so far. Again Miller, again the jump serve. Dug out beautifully back there by McCann. Sent back over to the Titans side. And instead of setting it, beautifully done, Ava Miller. Boy, I think the Tigers thought she was going to set it. She saw the hole in the defense. She sent it over and down. And it's 13-9 Lorain. And now Ava Miller set to serve once again. Miller sends it to the back row. Kraft with a set, left side of the front row. Tigers put it over, but right to Sienna Miller, or to Sienna Armelin. Again, Armelin. Now she'll set it for her teammate Lusain. Sends it back. It's dug out. Kraft sends it back over to the Titans. Armelin with a set, left side of the front row, and that'll go to the Tigers. Unable to get it over the net was Nariah Washington. 13-10 Titans. And it'll be Kraft serving. Avery Kraft is a senior setter. Line drive serve that the Titans send back over and miss hit there. Middle of the front row by Kuntz. And the Titans get the point and a 14-10 lead. Coming in the serve is Yesenia Baez. Junior, 5'6". Sends it to the back row. Kraft sent it over, but a nice job by Armelin for Lorain, and the Titans have a 15-10 lead. And we're going to get our first time out here of this match for Cleveland Heights. And it is Coach Brianna Roberts who takes the timeout, so they'll have one remaining. Get 2 timeouts per game. Heights down 15-10. Good start here for Lorain, as we had ties at 4, 5, 6, and 8. And then Lorain kind of took command after 8-8. They've outscored Cleveland Heights 7-2 to this point, and that caused Cleveland Heights to take their time out. Get a look there at the Titan bench. Jayla Kirksey there, number 8. Assistant Coach Howell with instructions. There's the Tigers leaving the bench, coming back out onto the floor. Mark Penna, Todd Miller, 2 officials in charge of this one. Yesenia Baez to serve. There's an ace for Baez. 16-10 Titans. Substitution. Ryan Barse comes in for the first time. She's a junior. Kraft with the set, middle of the front row, and we had Avery Kraft is coming over to talk with Mark Penna as he made a call. Now Todd Miller is going to come over, and again, evidently this call went against Cleveland Heights, but Jayla Scruggs will put it down. Now Todd Miller and Mark Penna are going to talk. Avery Kraft was making her point, and we'll see what happens here. But right now, the scoreboard says 17-10 Lorain. We'll see what they elect to do here. And I think we're going to replay the point. So they'll replay it. And it goes back to 16-10. So to the back row, Kraft with a set, sent over by the Tigers, and they get the point. And for the Tigers, that was Scruggs, and it's now 16-11. Serving will be Kendall McCann. McCann serves it into the net. Point for Lorain. Titans up 17-11. Titans, left side of the front row. Awesome kill right there by Jayla King. 18-11 Lorain. Well, that one went straight down. King, 5'8", sophomore. Outside hitter, she crushed it. Sienna Armelin again to serve. Scruggs with the set, and that goes off the top of the net, and it'll be a point for Heights. And Lorain's lead is now 18-12 here in game one. Sub for Heights, Nadia Berry coming back in. Scruggs with an ace on the serve, 18-13. Tight lead down to 5. Scruggs, a senior. Serve goes deep. The back row. Titans play it ahead. Lorain sends it back over. Kraft with a set. Left-handed spike attempt there by Adams. And Kraft can't keep it in play. Lorain gets the point, 19-13. Sub for Cleveland Heights coming in, Lorain Williams. And going back to serve for the Titans is Jayla Kirksey, 5'5" junior. Serve off the top net, out of bounds, point for Cleveland Heights. They lead 19-14. River Woodle comes in to serve for Cleveland Heights. Woodle, a senior, and her serve is an ace in bounds. Titans let it go thinking it was going to go long, but Woodle put it exactly where it needed to be, and it's 19-15 Titans. Game one, you play 3 games of 5 up to 25. Woodle again, a nice deep serve that's played. There's a set on the left side of the front row for the Titans. Jemiah Clayton sends it over, and it's a point for the Titans, and they're within 5 points of game one at 20-15. Jayla King. Jump serve. Dug out by the Tigers. Kraft over there on the right side of the front row ran into one of her teammates, Jordan Murphy, and it's 21-15 Lorain. Jayla King. That one just wide. Had the right idea. It was a line drive serve, but it was just wide and out of bounds. Tigers did a good job of watching that one go out of bounds. 21-16. Elena Kuntz back into the Tiger lineup. And again, going back to serve is Jordan Murphy. Line drive, ace, 21-17. Well placed by Jordan Murphy. Jordan is a junior. Murphy again sends it over from the back row. King puts it ahead to Washington. Washington sends it over to the Heights side. Washington dug it out nicely, but right there in the middle of the front row, putting that down for Cleveland Heights is going to be Kuntz. And it makes it 21-18, and we've got a timeout for Lorain. Lorain takes their first timeout. And that gives, the timeouts now are 1 apiece. And you see the Cleveland Heights team gathering around their huddle. And there's a look at the Lorain coach, Caprice Irby, talking with her team. They've led the entire way here. I shouldn't say the entire way. They've led much of game one. We've had 3 ties at four ties. Our last one was an 8-8. Cleveland Heights' only lead was 6-5. Lorain had an 18-11 lead. They were up by 7 points. Looked to be in command, but since then, Cleveland Heights has outscored the Titans 7-3 to cut this to 21-18. So the Titans still lead by 3, but Cleveland Heights is mounting a comeback. Each team has 1 timeout remaining. And Jordan Murphy to serve, her team down 3. Murphy's serve is well out of bounds, 22-18 Lorain. And now serving is Janisha Washington, 5'7" senior. Janisha sends it over for the Titans, or the Tigers, I should say. McCann tried to keep it in play. Couldn't do so. And that should make it 23-18 Titans. 2 points from game one. Washington serving. Good line drive dug out nicely by McCann. Kraft puts it into the net, and we're at game point for game number one. Lorain at 5-3. Cleveland Heights has 2 losses on the year. Lorain trying to get the early 1-0 lead here in this best of 5. Game point. Serve off the top of the net, and there it is. Just enough off the top of the net in front of a diving Cleveland Heights defender. And Lorain takes game one, 25-18. So the Titans win game one. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back with game two. It's girls varsity volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Tigers are out onto the floor. Lorain just leaving their bench right now. They're up. They won game one, 25-18 as we get set for game two. Rob Polinsky, Mike Picciotti here with you from Lorain High School for this Greater Cleveland Conference varsity volleyball match between the Cleveland Heights Tigers and the Lorain Titans. Todd Miller out there checking, making sure everybody is in their correct position. I'm like, Todd, how busy are you with volleyball? He's like, Rob, I have matches every night. I'm like, well, how do you get anything done? And he said, I don't. So busy time for Todd Miller, also a football official, volleyball official, does baseball. And I know he used to do basketball. I don't know if Todd still does that or not. But Mark Penna is the official up in the stand. If you were here during our freshman match, I told you I've known Mark Penna a long time. I came to Lorain County in 1997, and Mark told me this will be his 45th year of officiating basketball. There's a set by Kraft, and the first dig is dug out nicely for the Titans, and then we have a missed set on the first set there for Lorain, so Cleveland Heights takes a 1-0 lead. Heights only had one lead all the way through game one, and that was at 6-5. We had ties at 4, 5, 6, and 8 before Lorain would seize control and win 25-18. Where you get a look at the Cleveland Heights coach, Brianna Roberts, as the serve comes from Barry, and Lucene sends it back over, and it falls on the Lorain side. Cleveland Heights leads 2-0. Jayla King in the back row. Getting ready to serve is Barry. Barry sends it out too long, and that's Lorain's first point of game two. They cut the lead at 2-1. Speaking of Jayla King, the 5'8" sophomore, of course, this is a Greater Cleveland Conference match as Lorain left the LEL and it disbanded last year, but you get a look at Jayla right there. As a freshman, she was Lake Erie League Player of the Year, Mike Picciotti lets me know. There's an ace, and that was Jasenia Baez with the ace. So we have our first tie of game two at 2, and that's Baez serving. She's a junior. Jasenia Baez, line drive serve. Tigers put it over, but out of bounds, 3-2 Lorain. Lorain has their first lead of game two. Baez, good line drive serve that's dug out nicely, and a point as digging that out was River Woodle, and she put it between the defenders of Lorain, so we are tied at 3. Cleveland Heights with a sub. Soraya Adams comes in, and going back to serve is Avery Kraft. Kraft with the serve. Jayla King sends it back over. Kraft sends it over to the Titans, and she gets it to go. 4-3 Heights. Set from Ava Miller. Get it over. Now Kraft. She's going to set up Murphy. Dug out from the back row by Washington. Sent over by Sienna Armelin. Kraft will get it over to Scruggs. Scruggs puts it back to the Lorain side. Jayla King will get the kill. And we are tied at 4. Early stages, game 2. Lorain won game 1, 25-18. So take a 1-0 lead. You play the best 3 of 5. Washington's serve goes into the net. Heights regains the lead at 5-4 and the serve. Kendall McCann, a sophomore who we saw a lot in the JV, goes back to serve for her Tigers. Washington sends it over. Kraft with a set. Scruggs with a kill and gets the point as Washington tries to pass it ahead, and it hit Baez. 6-4 Tigers. Jayla King on the third hit sends it back to the Tiger side of the net. Kraft to Scruggs. Scruggs will get the point for her team. And a 3-0 mini run here for Cleveland Heights has broken a 4-4 tie to give them a 7-4 advantage. They are looking to even up this match at a game apiece. Lorain, on the other hand, obviously trying to take a commanding 2-0 lead. That serve is out of bounds, 7-5. That would have been out of bounds this winter in basketball. She served that so far, past the end line in basketball. Before you know it, Mike Picciotti and his crew will be here for girls and boys basketball. Jayla Kirksey serving for Lorain. Line drive, dug out in the back row. Scruggs from the right side of the front row for Cleveland Heights. Now back and on the, that's 4 hits for Lorain. Can't do that. 8-5. Heights with the lead. Sub for Cleveland Heights. Nadia Berry back in. And a couple of the officials talking things over here. And I think we're good now. 8-5 Cleveland Heights is getting set to serve as Jayla Scruggs. Scruggs with a serve. Set at the net, and Lorain was into the net, and it'll make it 9-5. Oh, I'm sorry, that went against Cleveland Heights. They were into the net. Makes it 8-6, and Lorain gets the serve back, trailing by 2. King the serve, good jump serve. Kraft with a set, left side of the front row. King to Washington, right back to the Heights side. Kraft, right side of the front row, and we have a whistle at the net as that was Adams who tried to send it over for Heights, and Heights gets the call. They lead 9-6. Serving, River Woodle. Washington to King, and she sent it a little too far ahead for her front row to get there, but not over the net, so Cleveland Heights with the point. They lead 10-6. And we've got a timeout as Lorain takes a timeout. So it's our first timeout of game 2. They have 1 remaining, and the Tigers of Cleveland Heights have 2 remaining as it's 10-6. Cleveland Heights got out to a 2-0 lead, or we had ties at 2, 3, and 4. Since our 4-4 tie, it's a 6-2 advantage for Cleveland Heights. The only lead Lorain has had in game 2 was 3-2. And we're in game 2. Lorain just joining us, won game 1, 25-18. So the Titans have a 1-0 lead over the Tigers. JV match went to Lorain, and the freshman match went to Lorain. Freshmen for Lorain 1 and 2. The JV Titans 1 and 3. So we're just about set to get back underway. And Woodle serving for Cleveland Heights into the net. Point for the Titans, 10-7. Serving Janelle Butler. She is a freshman. Only freshman on the varsity. Butler's serve. Right side of the front row, Murphy. She hit it too far, but I think we had one of the Titans into the net, and that'll be a point for Cleveland Heights. So they lead 11-7. Jordan Murphy, the serve. Good serve. Dug out by King. Set for Armelin, and Armelin will get the point. Sienna Armelin, 6-foot junior. Makes it 11-8. Subs coming in for the Titans. Talea Lusain, a 5'10 junior, back in on the front row. Serving Ava Miller. Miller's serve is dug out by McCann. Miller sends it ahead. Armelin kind of jumped in front of Jayla King, and the miscommunication, mishit, and it makes it 12-8 Heights. Jayla Scruggs comes back into the Cleveland Heights lineup. For Heights, serving is Barry. There's a set, and Lusain sends it back over to Kraft in Cleveland Heights. Armelin set for Washington into the net, point for Heights. And the Tigers starting to lengthen their lead now. They lead by 5 at 13-8, and this is their biggest lead of game 2. King from the back row to Miller, over to Lusain. Lusain sends it over to Cleveland Heights. Kraft, the setter for Cleveland Heights, to Scruggs. Scruggs with a well-placed kill, 14-8 Tigers. There was a big hole in the defense for Lorain as they were scrambling around. Scruggs saw it, put the ball there. And Cleveland Heights now about halfway to evening up this match, the game apiece. Miller with a set, Jayla King. Kraft sends it back over. Washington plays it. Lusain, and the battle at the net goes to Lorain. 14-9. Good job, Talea Lusain. Yesenia Baez. Into the net. 15-9 Heights. Kraft to Washington. Miller. And putting it down was Jayla King. Miller again, set, and the spike is good by Sienna Armelin. Well, that was well done. 15-10. And Armelin will come out, coming in the serve. Janasia Washington, her team down by 5. Into the net, 16-10 Heights. McCann. Line drive, and that is going to be out. Or no, it's in. I'm sorry, it's in. 17-10. 17-10 Cleveland Heights. That goes into the net, 17-11. Coming back in for Lorain, Demaya Clayton. And serving is Jayla Kirksey. Kraft with her set, left side of the front row, Jordan Murphy goes back over to the Heights side. Battle at the net, and that time that's going to be won by Cleveland Heights and Jordan Murphy. 18-11 Tigers. So they're starting to pull away here in game 2 a little bit. Okay, I think they're seeing an illegal hit there on the Tigers, and that changes it to 17-12. Gives the Titans the point and the serve. And Todd Miller coming over to talk with the head coach, Brianna Roberts. Serving is Jayla Kirksey. Kirksey sends it well out of bounds, 18-12. Sub for Cleveland Heights, back in. Nadia Berry. She'll replace Ryan Barse. Scruggs serving. Dug out beautifully by Washington. Scruggs sends it over to Murphy, goes off the roof, and Lorain gets the point, and they trail 18-13. Should say the ceiling. The roof would be outside. That'd be kind of hard to do. Mike, it's been a long day.
I feel it.
Jayla King the serve. Her team down by 5 in game 2. King sends it. And Tigers somehow get it over on the third hit. And from the right center of the front row, Demaya Clayton, a 5'9" junior, puts it down. There you see a look at Demaya. There's number 6, 18-14. Titans within 4. Can they come back? Jayla King the serve, the sophomore. Jump serve, well done. Dug out, Kraft now. Sends it over on the third hit. And the Tigers are gonna get that point. And they regain the advantage, push it back out to 5 at 19-14. Another sub coming in. River Woodle. River, Washington goes to get it and unable to put it ahead as Jayla Kirksey tried to take that pass from Washington. Point to Heights, it's 2014. Washington, Kirksey, again, Clayton gets it over. On the third hit here, they're going to get the point for Cleveland Heights as it went off the blockers of Lorain and out of bounds, 21-14 Heights. Right side of the front row, putting it into the net, Janelle Butler, 22-14. Tigers 3 points away, timeout Lorain. Tigers are 3 points away from evening this match at a game apiece. Titans take their second and final timeout of game 2, trailing 22-14. 6-0 run, I'm sorry, a 4-0 run for Cleveland Heights after they led 18-14. Todd Miller, Mark Penna, 2 officials in charge of this one, talking things over during this timeout. Todd is the official on the floor, and Mark is the one up in the stand. And you have your 2 line judges as well. Serving will be River Woodle. She's a senior. Her team 3 points away from evening this at a game apiece. Serve, unable to play that ahead is Janelle Butler, 23-14. 5 consecutive points for Heights. Volleyball is a big game of momentum. And right now, Mo is with Cleveland Heights. And Murphy puts it down. We're at game point. Six in a row. Woodle for game 2. Set. Right side of the front row. They put it right back, but out of bounds. Lorain gets the point. As it was Janelle Butler who kept that in play. Or I'm sorry. They give the point to Cleveland Heights. I'm not sure. Maybe one of the Lorain girls went into the net. I'm not sure what happened there. But game 2 goes to Cleveland Heights. And they win it by a score of 25-14. So we're even at a game apiece. We'll be back with game 3 right after this timeout. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
And we're set to begin game 3. We're tied at a game apiece. Lorain won 25-18 in game 1. Cleveland Heights evens the match at 25-14 in game 2. Now we move to game 3. And serving and hitting it out of bounds on the serve is Nadia Berry. So the Titans have a 1-0 lead here to begin the third game. Best 3 of 5. Freshman JV were best 2 of 3, but varsity is the best 3 of 5. So no matter who wins this, we're going to a game 4. If there's a game 5, it would go to 15. Serving for Lorain, Ava Miller. Ava with a jump serve from the back row. Berry plays it ahead. It's dug out by Washington. And on the left side of the front row, hitting it out of bounds, Demaya Clayton. We're tied at 1. Soraya Adams coming in for Cleveland Heights. Kraft serving. Clayton dug it out for Lorain. Sent over by Ava Miller on the third hit. Played by the back row by Jordan Murphy, and Cleveland Heights is going to get the point. And Heights takes their first lead of the third game at 2-1. Kraft sends it out of bounds. We're tied at 2. Game 3, pivotal, obviously, with it being a game apiece. Whoever gets this game 3 is a huge favorite to win because you've got a 2-games-to-1 advantage. So game 3, critical when you're tied at 1 apiece. Playing a best of 5 and straight down. Sienna Armelin. Tremendous kill right there by number 1, Sienna Armelin, a 6-foot junior. Young lady has some skills. Jalen Putnam coming in to the back row for Cleveland Heights. And Jasenia Baez continuing the jump serve for Lorain. Goes right to Putnam. Kraft sends it over. Washington from the back row to Miller. Sienna Armelin again tried it, but the set was pretty low, and we're tied at 3. So Cleveland Heights to serve. Ryan Barse serving. Into the net. Point for Lorain. Sienna Armelin. Line drive serve. It's an ace. Tied at 4. Dug out by Scruggs in the back row. Now they set Scruggs up, dug out by Ava Miller. Third hit, it goes over from Janelle Butler. Kraft, and that is going to be tipped off the antenna, so the point goes to Lorain. 6-3 Titans. Miller off the top of the net. Over to the Heights side. Scruggs off the top of the net to the Lorain side. Jayla King sends it back over. Dug out by Barse. Beautiful job there by the Titans to keep it alive, and they're going to get the point. A well-earned point for Lorain. They're up 7-3, and the Titans are on a 4-0 run. Since we were tied at 3. Armelin serve. Scruggs to Kraft. And sent over on the second hit that time by Butler. And Cleveland Heights is going to get the point. Well-placed kill that time for the Tigers. Barry in for Putnam. For Cleveland Heights, going back to serve, senior Jayla Scruggs. Her team down by 3. Early part of game 3. Butler, the freshman, with the kill attempt. Dug out by Cleveland Heights. Washington can't come up with it for Lorain, and Cleveland Heights now with 2 consecutive points. Trail 7-5. Miller to King, blocked the net, but it still lands on the Heights side, so Jayla King will get the kill. Lorain up 8-5. Elena Lucene back in. Her first action for game 3. Dug out by Murphy. And on the third hit, not able to get it over the net is Adams. Titans lead 9-5. Murphy sends it over on the third hit. Washington can't quite get to it. 9-6. Janasia Washington, 5'7" senior, libero. Just could not quite come up with that. She went to the gym floor here to try to dig it out. Couldn't do so. And River Woodall over to Washington. There's a set. Jayla King from the back row sends it over to Cleveland Heights side. Washington with a set. Jayla King dug out nicely by Heights. Washington sends it back over to the Tigers. Long rally here, good point. Murphy back to Washington. At the net, middle of the net, dug out by the Tigers, and Lorain gets the longest rally of the night and the point, and they lead 10-6. Well, that point was well played by both teams. Tremendous effort, as they both know how critical this game 3 is and who's going to come up with the win. And they're playing like it. And we've got a sub for the Lorain Titans and also for Cleveland Heights. As for Heights, one of the young ladies appears to be hurt. And coming back in for Lorain is going to be Demaya Clayton. Kraft dinks it over, but it was out of bounds. Lorain 11-6 advantage. There you get a look at Kraft, number 5. Avery is a senior. Serving, Jayla King. King line drive, dug out beautifully by Putnam, and the Tigers get the point. And let me correct myself, that was Christina Blair. I don't know how she came up with that dig from the back row, but she did. Great play by Blair, gives the point to the Tigers, and now it's Murphy to serve. Washington, right back to the Tigers side, nobody home. Boy, the Titans got a little lucky there because Washington sent it over, and you would have thought that would have been easily played by the Tigers, but it fell in the hole between the front row and the back row. Nobody there. From the back row, River Woodall sends it to Washington. Washington, Armelin puts it back over. We get a call. Somebody's into the net. Point will go to the Tigers. Okay, point is going to Lorain. They're leading 13-7. 13-7 Lorain. Washington, jump serve into the net, point to Cleveland Heights. 13-8. Coming back in, Jayla Scruggs. Armelin hits it into the net, 13-9. Cleveland Heights, 2 consecutive points. They're down 4. Berry to serve. Deep serve, King digs it out. Set, Armelin has it set right back to her, then it goes out of bounds. And it'll be a point for the Tigers, it's 13-10. Get the feeling this is a critical juncture of this match. Lorain trying to pull out in game 3. Cleveland Heights trying to get back in, and there's the kill attempt by Clayton was sent right back and down. Great block by the Tigers. 4 in a row, they're down 13-11. Neither team has taken a timeout yet. Deep serve that goes out. Point Lorain, 14-11 Titans. Serving, Ava Miller, 5'6" junior. Lorain up by 3. Sends it deep, dug out by the Tigers. Kraft set up, and then hit goes just too far, just a little bit too far and out of bounds by Kuntz. 15-11, Lorain. Miller to the back row. Kraft with a set at the net. Scruggs sends it over. Washington can't dig it out. Point Cleveland Heights. They trail 15-12. And it will be Avery Kraft serving. Back in Damaya Clayton for Lorain. Kraft, her team down by 3. Washington plays it to Clayton. Clayton sends it back deep. Tigers can't keep it in play as they send it too far and out of bounds. 16-12 Lorain. Clayton out, coming in to serve. Jasenia Baez. And at the middle of the front row, Scruggs puts it down. 16-13 Lorain. Ryan Barse serving. Barse can't get it over the net. Lorain leads 17-13. This is when serving is so critical. You got to give your team a chance. Sounds simple, but just getting it over the net in play is a big deal. See back-to-back missed serves from both teams, 17-14. Berry back in for Cleveland Heights. Serving, Jayla Scruggs. That's too far out of bounds, 18-14. 3 consecutive missed serves between these two teams. Christina Blair back into the Heights lineup. Talea Lucane back into the Titans lineup. Serve goes off the hands of the young lady trying to pass it ahead. Christina Blair, point for Lorain. They lead 19-14. Good deep serve, miscommunication, and an ace. Two of the Tigers let it go in between them, 20-14. Lorain timeout for the Tigers. So the Cleveland Heights Tigers take the first timeout of game 2. They have one remaining. Lorain has both of theirs if they want to use them, but Lorain with a 20-14 lead. You get a look at the Tigers sideline. We were tied at 1, tied at 2, tied at 3. The only lead the Tigers have had this game was 2-1. And since the 3-3 tie, it's a 17-11 advantage for Lorain. The 6-point lead for the Titans is their biggest lead in game 3. It ties their biggest lead. They had a 13-7 lead, and they tie that now at 20-14. Winner of this will take a commanding 2-1 lead in this match. You play the best of 5. So whoever wins game 3 will be 1 game away from the match. Whoever loses will have to win the final 2 games to win this match. Freshman game, JV, now the varsity. Long afternoon and evening of volleyball here at Lorain High School. Back underway, line drive serve, and that's going to be a point for Lorain. Nice serve at Jayla Kirksey, 5'5" junior. Lorain with their biggest lead of game 3. Kirksey again. Kraft from the right side of the front row. It's put in, and a nice shot there by Adams. Soraya Adams gets the point, 21-15. That was a good set by Avery Kraft and a better kill by Soraya Adams. Excellent job by her. Make it 21-15. Washington digs it out. There's a set and a miss hit there. It's maybe a better way of saying it is a mistimed jump by Janelle Butler. 2 consecutive points for Heights, and they trail 21-16. River Woodle, who's done a good job serving, sends it over from the back row. Jayla King to the back corner. Woodle dug it out. Kraft sent over on the 3rd hit. Washington with a set. Jayla King left side, put it, and that's going to be a point for Lorain. Unable to play it was Christina Blair. Titans are 3 points away from game 3. They lead 22-16. Baez goes out. Clayton comes in. Back to serve, Jayla King. King serve, dug out. Kraft will have a double hit, and now Kraft is going to complain to official Mark Penna about it, and it's 2 points away from game 3, 23-16. Jayla King, 2 points away from the game 3. Sends it over, Kraft. Jordan Murphy blocked at the net, dug out, and we go to whistle, and what? A 4th hit on their side for Cleveland Heights. We're at game point. 24-16 Titans. King will try to give the Titans a 2-1 lead. And that is going to be an ace. It's in, and Lorain wins 25-16. So the Lorain Titans with a 2-1 lead. We'll be back with game 4. We'll find out, can the Titans win it here in game 4, or do we go to a game 5? We'll find out when you come back. You're watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television.
When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today. When bettering lives is what you live for, you treat setbacks as a chance to come back stronger and create new ways to move past injuries. See how we're advancing orthopedic care at Cleveland Clinic today.
Game 4 set to begin with Lorain up 2-1. They win this, they win the match. Ava Miller to start. Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20. Washington with the set. And it's dug out and then sent over by Cleveland Heights, but out of bounds. So the kill for Demaya Clayton gives Lorain a 1-0 lead to begin the 4th game, and what Lorain hopes to be the final game of this match. Cleveland Heights needs to win this to send it to a 5th and deciding game. And again, if that happens, that 5th game goes to just 15. So Ava Miller will send it over. There's Sienna Armelin, who tried to put it back to the Cleveland Heights side, couldn't do so. We're tied at 1. There you go, look at the 6-foot junior, Sienna Armelin. Line drive, Washington. Armelin and Clayton run into each other, and it's a miss hit. Cleveland Heights leads 2-1. So the Tigers take their first lead of game 4. In the very early stages. And the serve doesn't get to the net from Nadia Berry. Tied at 2 for Lorain. Back to serve, Jasenia Baez. Jasenia will send it to the back row. Dug out by McCann. And Lorain will get the point as Armelin was there at the net along with Noriah Washington. To kind of combine on that one. Titans up 3-2. And Jayla King wins that battle at the net against Avery Kraft. Lorain leads 4-2. Lorain with a record of 5-3. Trying to get the sweep on the night. The JV won, the freshman won. Now the varsity trying to get the sweep for the Titans. Scruggs sends it over. Washington digs it out. Miller and to Armelin, but just beyond her reach. And that point will go to the Tigers, and they trail 4-3. And Avery Kraft will try to serve her team to a tie here. Off the top of the net, Washington sends it back. Scruggs. Armelin. Noriah Washington sent it back over to the Tigers side. And McCann set it up for Scruggs, but she put it into the net. And now it's a 5-3 Lorain lead. Janeza Washington to serve. Dug out by McCann. Kraft with the set. And that hit goes into the net, I should say. Right side of the front row by Kuntz. Lorain out to the early 6-3 lead here. McCann from the back row. They can't get it over. Lorain with a nice start to what they hope is the 4th and deciding game, up 7-3. Lorain won game 1, 25-18. Cleveland Heights came back in game 2, 25-14. Titans won game 3, 25-16. And they now lead 7-3 in game 4. Washington with a jump serve. She sends it too far. 7-4. McCann, Kendall McCann, sophomore, serving. Into the net, 8-4 Lorain. Serving, Jayla Kirksey. She's 5'5", a junior. You get a good look at her right there. Kirksey line drive serve, too far, out of bounds. 8-5, Lorain's lead is 3. Further you get in the match, players get tired, there's more pressure, and I think serving becomes more difficult. Jayla Scruggs to serve for Cleveland Heights. She gets it off Washington, a miss hit by Janasia Washington. Point for Heights. They trail 8-6. Scruggs again, line drive, King came up with it. They set her up for King off the top of the net, and that's a point for the Titans. 9-6. Jayla King, again as a freshman, player of the year in the LEL. And of course, with that league of folding, Jayla King will have the distinction of being the final player of the year in the LEL. King, jump serve, dug out right there in the middle of the front row. Lorain tried to put it straight down, but it's dug out. McCann sends it over, and a point for the Tigers. And they're within 2 in game 4 at 9-7. Substitution for Cleveland Heights. Back in to serve River Woodall. Woodall serve. Right side of the front row. Dug out by McCann. Avery Kraft. They get it over on the third hit to Jayla King. Again the set. Left side of the front row. And that is going to be just out of bounds from Demaya Clayton. Off the set by Kirksey. And it's a 1-point Lorain lead at 9-8. Washington to Kirksey. Back to Washington. Dug out by McCann to Kraft. On the third hit, Heights gets it over. Kirksey with the set. Right side of the front row. Lorain had it blocked right back at her, and we're tied at 9. Our first tie. Our first tie since it was 2-2. We had ties at 1, at 2, and now at 9. Cleveland Heights trying to take their first lead since 2-1. Lorain sends it back over to the Heights side, and the Titans get the point. So Lorain regains the lead at 10-9. Janelle Butler, 5'8" freshman, back to serve for the Lorain Titans. Only freshman on this varsity roster. Good line drive serve. Woodall came up with it. Murphy sends it back over. Here's a set. And Lorain sends it back over to McCann in the back row. Kraft with the set. Dug out by Butler. Lorain had it blocked right back at her, and we're tied at 10. And the Heights sideline is fired up. Fourth tie of game 4. 1, 2, 9, and 10 have been the ties so far. That's more ties than Mike Picciotti owns. He says yes. Gladly he says yes, I think. Butler has a block to net by Lorain, gets it down, and Lorain's up 11-10. Serve, dug out. Tigers trying to get it over on the third hit. They do so. Ava Miller sends it back to the Tigers side. And it's put into the net. That'll be a point for Lorain. They lead 12-10. And Ava Miller, 5'6" junior, serving. Where's number 2 on that Titan jersey? Titan serving, Ava Miller. Good deep serve that's dug out by Woodall, but it's past Kraft into the net. 13-10 Lorain. From the back row, they get it set, and there's a block at the net on Barry. And the Titans get the point. Ava Miller, 14-10. Titans on a 4-0 run, and we've got a timeout for Cleveland Heights. Heights takes their first timeout of game 4. And right now, Lorain on a 4-0 run after we were tied at 10. They're trying to get command of game 4 and get a win here, as you see the Cleveland Heights Tigers getting around their coaching staff, huddling up. Tigers from the east side, a Greater Cleveland Conference match, I should say, tonight. So they'll, again, see each other, but it'll be over at Heights later on this year. Lorain in their first year of the Greater Cleveland Conference. Of course, these two have been the Lake Erie League together. Now they're back together in the Greater Cleveland Conference. So Ava Miller to serve for the Titans. Her team up 14-10. And they're up 2-1 here in game 4. Miller sends it back to the Tigers. Right side of the front row, and that is going to be blocked, and it's a good hit for Cleveland Heights. They get the point, Nadia Berry. 14-11, they end the run at 4-0. And Nadia Berry, who just had that kill for the point, now will go back to serve for her team. And left side of the front row, Washington sends it back, but Berry got it to Kraft, over to Scruggs. Washington from the back row to Ava Miller, and that is Armelin with the kill. 15-11 Lorain. Sienna Armelin, 6' junior. Subs for Heights back in, Jalen Putnam. Also coming back in, Christina Blair. Serving, Jasenia Baez, a 5'6" junior for Lorain. And that one just too deep. Close. No, that's point goes to Lorain. I'm sorry, my bad. It's 16-11 Lorain. Lorain gets the ace. I thought they said it went too far. They did not. Point for Lorain. Big ace right there. Baez again. This one dug out by McCann. Goes to the back row. They send it over. And we're going to get a double hit here on the Titans. And it's 16-12. Tigers to serve. Or no, the scoreboard's off now. It should be 17-11 Lorain. Lorain got that point. They fix it. Baez again. Kraft. Scruggs. Sends it over to the Titans. They lead by 6. Armelin with a spike. It's good. And Lorain has their biggest lead in game 3 at 18-11. We were tied at 10 since then. The Titans on an 8-1 run, and what a great time to have it. As they now lead 18-10, or 18-11, I'm sorry. Baez again to serve. McCann goes to get it. Kraft with the set. Scruggs dinks it over. Back over to the Tigers side. Again, it's Scruggs. This time she'll wind up. It's blocked right at the net by Armelin and Nariah Washington. 19-11. Titans with all the momentum right now. And putting that down is King. It's 20-11. 10-1 run. And timeout for Cleveland Heights. This is their final timeout. We were tied at 10. Since that point, the Lorain Titans are on a 10-1 run. And the serving is Jasenia Baez. You look at the Tigers trying to gather around their team as Coach Brianna Roberts trying to rally her team. But right now, it is the serving of Jasenia Baez. There you get a look at the Titans breaking the huddle. All right, Tigers coming back out onto the floor. Baez to serve. Her team leading game 4, 20-11. 5 points away from the match. Baez got it to Putnam. Kraft with a set, middle of the front row. Blocked right back by Armelin. Scruggs sends it deep. Washington digs it out. Ava Miller, this time to Jayla King, hits it too far. And Cleveland Heights gets the point. They end that run, and it's now 20-12. But Lorain still with a huge advantage here, 5 points away from the match. Avery Kraft to serve. Line drives it into the net. Point for Lorain. They're up 21-12. And when you're down big like this late, you cannot have missed serves like that. Serving will be libero Janasia Washington. Janasia and the Titans up 21-12. Sends it deep, and that one goes too far. Another missed serve, 21-13. But right now, Lorain will trade Cleveland Heights missed serves because there's points every time. And with the Titans with an 8-point lead and 4 points to the match, you do the math. McCann to Ava Miller. Miller tried to keep it from, tried to save it, could not do so. 21-14. Cleveland Heights trying to get back in it off the serving of Kendall McCann. She sends that way too far and out of bounds. 22-14. Titans up by 3. Subs for Lorain. Back in, Talea Lusain, 5'10 junior. There's Talea right there, number 15. Also back in, Jayla Kirksey, and she's going to serve. Jayla, a 5'5 junior, her team, 3 points away from the match. Kirksey, deep serve, too far. 22-15. Both teams struggling right now serving. Nadia Berry back into the front row for Cleveland Heights. King, Kirksey, Washington from the back row sends it over, and that is going to be ruled in. And Lorain is 2 points away from the match. 23-15. Serving, Jayla King. Line drive off the ceiling. It comes over to the Lorain side, but that is a point for the Titans, and it's now match point. Match point number 1 for Lorain, up 24-15. Jayla King for the match. Line drive, way too long. Out of bounds, Heights to serve, down 24-16. And serving, River Woodle, who's done a good job serving tonight for Cleveland Heights, but she's in a tough spot. They need 8 consecutive points to keep the game going. Woodle sends it back to Jayla King in the back row to Kirksey. Kirksey left side of the front row, and there's the kill is going to be good, and that's the match to Maya Clayton with the match-winning kill, and Lorain wins it 25-16. So Lorain in 4 games. They defeat Cleveland Heights. Lorain goes to 6-3 on the campaign. Cleveland Heights suffers their 3rd loss of the season. And in 4 games, Lorain gets the win today. They won game 1, 25-18. They lost game 2, 25-14. But then they would come back with consecutive 25-16 wins. And Lorain defeats Cleveland Heights in 4 games. I want to thank Mike Paciotti for all of his camera work and hard work tonight with the freshman match, then the JV and the varsity. Also, want to thank all of you for watching. As again, Lorain wins it in 4 games, and the Lorain Titans get the sweep. The freshmen 1-2, 25-19, 25-11. JV's 1-3. Cleveland Heights won the first game 25-22. Then Lorain won 25-13 and 25-23. And in the varsity, Lorain wins in 4, 25-18. Heights won game 2, 25-14, and then Lorain wins the games 3 and 4, 25-16. So, again, thanks for watching Girls Varsity Volleyball, and you've been watching Girls Varsity Volleyball on WLCS TV 20, home of Lorain City Schools Television. Have a good night, everybody.